to have a Western one also on the same date.
Yeah.
Here in Alberta. And I was in Brandon, Manitoba a couple of days ago, and I was coming home to Edmonton, and it's an 11-hour drive, so I just packed a lunch. And I went to the store to get some Montreal smoked meat because normally that's what I do at this time of year. And they said because of COVID, they don't have any. And I'm
Oh
going
my.
like, really? So is there a shortage in Montreal of? I would think not.
No, I don't think
I
so.
just
I think
like, well,
there'd be a revolt if there was.
yeah.
Yeah, for people that don't know what we're talking about, smoked meat is a Quebec tradition here. The closest thing you guys in the States would have would be pastrami, but it's not the same. It's totally different. And any of the guys that have been up here in Montreal will know what we're talking about with Quebec style smoked meat. It's a beef brisket that's marinated in basically pickled and left to
Delicious.
age. Yeah, it's really excellent. And other people have tried it in other places, and for some reason it just doesn't come off right for some reason. So
And they put it on a rye bread. It's a sandwich kind of thing. But
yeah.
the rye bread isn't very big, but the bloody meat they stack in there is massive.
Oh
And then they
yeah.
give you this big pickle, and
Yeah.
it's always a treat when I come to Montreal. That's that and the poutine. We go straight for that on
Oh
our
yeah.
first night.
Yeah.
Then we don't have to eat for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the barbecue has evolved over the years too, though, with it used to be strictly hamburgers and hot dogs, but over the years it's evolved and added some other stuff to it, and sausages and what have you. So, and then people started bringing desserts along, and so yeah, it's turned into quite a nice event. But of course, for this year and last year we had I think we would have been a little uncomfortable sitting outside today. The deck is shaded for well, it is right now until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then it's in bright sunshine for a few hours. And today it would be quite miserable. But yeah, it's
Well, for Sheldon, for those who don't know anything, like 15 degrees Celsius or hotter, and he's in the inside.
yeah.
I mean, Darlene and I sit out in the deck.
Yeah, I'm not
So,
I can't take that heat. I can take our Quebec winters much easier than I can take that heat in the summer. So you can't do much about it in the summer. The winter, you can get out, you can bundle yourself up, you can go out and do stuff and, generate some heat. But when we get this hot, humid stuff, boy, it just drains you completely. So
I'm in there also. I can't stand it when it's, I go up to 25. No more than that.
yeah, exactly.
Count me in there too. I can't stand it.
Yeah. How are things in the UK, Alan?
Yeah, it's not too bad. A bit of a wet few days here. Raining a fair bit, but yeah, not too bad. Coming along.
Good.
We've been having some work done on our bathroom this last week, so there's been absolute chaos in the house. With,
Okay.
workmen running up and down the stairs. It's been absolute chaos.
Yeah, that can be disruptive for sure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, still it's completely replastered on Friday, so that's the really messy work out of the way now.
good.
Once that plaster's dry, then we can start getting our bathroom back again. Start getting the house back to normal.
Yeah, that's always good.
Yeah. It's surprising how disruptive it is. I try and listen to the radio, but with people running up and down the stairs, in your house, it's very disrupting.
Yeah. Yeah,
But it's hard to listen to the radio as you're running up and down the stairs, right?
Well, it is.
Need a very long cord on the headset. Yes.
Indeed, yes. Oh, good exercise, though.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, Jill, I just sent you another message. I don't know whether you've seen it or not. Secret things happening.
Yeah.
Sheldon, if you can share screen here, I'll throw something up just for everyone.
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me see where I did that here. Hang on a second. Oops. Been a long time since I did that. Where did I do that? Share screen. Multiple participants can share simultaneously. Okay, can you do it now?
Okay, just have a second here.
In the meantime, we have Steve down in
You see that?
Massachusetts joining us.
You see
Happy
that?
weekend. Nice to see you all.
Yeah.
No, it didn't come up.
Just hang on a sec, then I'll see what I'm doing wrong.
I think you
Steve,
should.
your hair keeps appearing and disappearing. That's very disconcerting.
It's his angle to the camera.
I know it is.
Yeah. Oh, there it
Let's
goes.
see.
Yeah, look at
There it
that.
went.
It's magic. You could do one of those Rogaine commercials with a before and after.
How's that?
Oh, now we got you.
There
We
we go.
got you.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So that's the last live one,
Last-
as in, 20, what is this, 2021,
2019,
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see we got radios set up, and Gilles was doing his the YouTube show there. You can see Eric's loop antenna up in the back there. He sets that up in the backyard, and yeah, that's a small shot of it. But yeah, we usually get about 12 to 15 people, something like that, I guess.
Who's the guy in the red shirt?
Guy in a red shirt. Oh, that's Mickey's alter ego.
Uh-huh. Clean, well cut hair.
Yeah.
God almighty. He's
And
good.
last time, yeah.
Just kidding,
that's
Mickey.
Before COVID,
Yeah, that's what we all say.
I still remember when I did my first live from the barbecue, which was a little bit intimidating at first because I never have an audience. I'm all alone with the live shows here. But at the same time, we had some big guests like Amanda Don Christie with her documentary and all. It was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We've had quite a variety of people over the years. We a number of years we had Wojtek Viazda, retired now from RCI, but he would pop in every once in a while, and we'd usually get a few surprises each year, but it was a core group generally that showed up. But just in the front of that picture with his back towards us in the blue shirt was Jim Hay. Jim Hay is having some really serious medical issues right now, and he's been in and out of hospital and not doing well, unfortunately. But just keeping one of his friends is keeping us all up to date on how he's doing. But it's not good news right now with Jim, so that's kind of unfortunate. But we'll keep a watch out there. He's been going through some rough times for the past few years. It's been up and down, and up here's Eric coming in to join us. Let him in. Yeah, it's tough. So, anyways, we hope he's doing okay. So yeah, we'll have a few other people coming in later today. Some people were tied up earlier today. They'll pop in a bit later on. We've invited people to bring their own food along. I should mention now that we've got a few more people that Gilles is recording our Zoom today, and he will make it available to everyone on the YouTube channel. So if people can't make it and want to watch it, it's been a popular event over the last 2 years. When he did record it and put it up, lots of views afterwards. So yeah, it's nice to be able to have that available to people who can't get in here on the day of the event. So
try another one here.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh my.
I think that was
Gilles was much younger then. Wow. Or is that his younger brother?
Yeah, I sent my younger brother, yep.
Yeah,
The same guy who hangs out with Mickey's alter ego, huh?
that's right. Yeah. You see our big club banner in the background there that we have 2 of those, and really nice to put those up on display. They've got a lot of mileage. Well, one of them's got a lot of mileage on it. It's been around over the years too. How long ago were those made, Mickey?
Oh God, it's got to be in the late 80s, early 90s, something like that.
Wow.
Like I think she got those put together we flew it out just before one of the those radio hobby fest things that you
Oh,
did.
wow. Okay. Yeah. That's a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, if they've lasted that long, obviously at that
They were
time,
built to last.
spent
They were
some,
built to
spent
last.
some money on them, and I'll bet they would be terribly expensive today.
Yeah. Well, they were, Mickey's late wife had made those by hand and stitched everything
Oh
and
my.
did all the work on them and made two of them. They're now both here because there wasn't really, they weren't getting much use out in the West Coast headquarters. We lost a lot of members out there, and events were just, that they did have were not. They were tough finding people. There's only a handful of us out there now, so Mickey brought it down to Montreal. The one here that's been here for a long time has got a lot of wear and tear on it. It's been up at a lot of events, and we would take it out to all the amateur flea markets that we would go to promote the club and what have you. So they did get displayed. They got displayed at all the winterfests as well. Put them up down there as well. So yeah, they've got very good usage over the years, and they've held up extremely well. It's a nice connection memory to Doris too, to have her memory involved in those in the creation of those. Yeah, there's the backyard. We'd set up an extra table down under the trees. Left to right there in the back row, Mike Brooker from Toronto, Janice, Alan Roberts from Montreal area here, John, that is, oh geez, what's her name?
Lincoln. Janice's friend there.
Oh man.
Ella.
There we go. It's Ella. Yeah, Ella is an interesting woman. She is a Scrabble professional. She travels around and participates in Scrabble tournaments all through Canada and the United States. Is very good at it. Don't try and slip any strange words past her because she knows them all. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw her like looking through word lists during one of these studying up.
Yeah, she prepares for these contests and challenges and competitions and studies up and whatever. It's really big time into it. I don't think she does that for a living, obviously, but she's really actively involved in that. She's very good at it too. Oh, what's Eric putting back there? Some adult beverage?
No, blueberry soda.
Oh, okay.
Where, Eric? Where are you located right now?
And I found some. This box has your name on it, John.
Oh, we'll come back to it in a second. There's a couple other pictures. That's Beta Wayne on the left. He's a local media guy. He does some work at the community radio stations and community television stuff he does as well. And Jim Hay is on the left there with his back to us there.
I was going to say you just gave us two lefts.
Oh, two. Yeah, I did. Oh, left and right. Sorry.
Who's the guy demanding the attention here?
Oh, okay. The blue shirt on the right with the white hair and the red chair behind him is Beta Wayne. The other one with the dark blue shirt and the white socks and running shoes is Jim Hay, and that's me in the middle back there.
And for you guys that didn't or don't recognize this, that Sheldon is one of the only guys that I know, probably the only guy I know that still uses briquette barbecue charcoals.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yeah. Well, I see that they're still selling them, but certainly more, I guess, out in the West here where gas bubbles out of the ground, everybody uses propane. So,
yeah. No, we've never owned a propane gas barbecue. We've always had charcoal barbecue, and now in the stores we see that there's pretty much a balance now between that they're selling, charcoal versus propane gas. So it's making a big comeback, and I guess environmentally it's not the greatest thing, but flavor wise, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, in Alberta, all you do is you dig a hole, put the fire, and you do your barbecue.
Yeah, there. Have a tap of it coming out of the ground somewhere. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Texas too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Texas
Down-
tea.
Texas
saw-
tea.
It reminded
Down
me.
here, a lot of people use either pecan or mesquite
Okay.
for barbecues. They have both of them a very distinct taste. Of course, pecan is a real tree. Mesquite is an invading bush from Mexico. And about the only thing it's good for is cutting and letting it dry and using it for barbecue.
Oh, you talk about flames coming out of the ground. I think it's in Kurdistan or one of the stands out there. There's actual fire coming out of the ground because of the natural gas just comes up. And you can see
it's in
flame.
Turkmenistan.
Yeah, okay,
Wow.
Turkmenistan.
Yeah.
So I've seen video of it. It's just amazing.
And Mickey's put up a picture there from that was a couple of years back. I guess
I
that
think
was
2017. This is
Yeah.
Jules' highest rated show ever.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the documentary filmmaker Amanda Dawn Christie, who made the RCI tribute to RCI, and she does a lot of really bizarre, weird, artsy types of stuff.
Right.
And anyway, she was at the barbecue that year, and
She was a lot of fun to interview. She has so much energy.
yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
This
Haven't heard
woman, when she did her documentary on the RCI Sackville coming down, she climbed the towers, like 250-foot towers. Like,
Yeah.
it's just wow.
Wow. I would have
Yeah,
gone
she
off.
wanted to. She had this sort of strange relationship with the towers. If you've seen the film,
Yeah.
she spoke to the towers, and the towers spoke to her, and it was all very spacey and new age and all that sort of stuff. But,
Freudian.
yeah,
Probably.
And
She
And
grew
I-
up in Sackville, so she was knew all about the towers and the audio coming through the pipes and the sinks and the refrigerators and all that from the RF.
Well, I want to know if Gilles moved from that chair, because he's obviously communing with her.
Oh yeah, totally. It was there was something special. There was a bond there, absolutely.
Yeah, it shows.
And it's amazing being able to climb those towers, because when I went by, unfortunately, the still empty site, it was windy. And of course, I'm afraid of heights, and I can't imagine climbing 250 feet with wind.
I saw your pictures there and of the site, and I had been there after it was shut down also, but the towers are still up. But the thing is that somebody was mentioning about casinos and whatnot. Well, that's pretty swampy land there. Like, I don't know if they're going to be putting anything on that land.
yeah. It was purposely put there because of the salt marsh that it stood on for ground conductivity and what have you. So it's native land, and it's supposed to be taken back by the native community in the area. And there were numerous plans for it, but as it stands right now, I don't think anything at all has been done. So, but yeah, building something there would be a task for sure.
Yeah. Unique thing about the towers when they were up, like you come around, say you're coming from, it's right on the border of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. And you come around the corner and you see the towers and the red lights flashing at night. Well, now going the other direction, when you're going from New Brunswick, from Sackville into Nova Scotia, you come around the corner and they got massive windmill site there with the red flashing lights. So it's kind of unique, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
Mickey, I'm in Bedford, Nova Scotia, outside of Halifax.
Okay.
Spent a number of days here having fun.
You
Heading back west tomorrow, with the storm the way it's going, it looks like I can slip in and get back home by Monday.
You should drop in and see my buddy Alexander Keith.
I've met him before, but unfortunately not this time. But like I said to John, I did find our favorite cheese bits here, and there's a box with his name on it.
They changed the box on those recently. People were I just saw something about that. Where was it? I think it might have been online. Somebody else
taste great. I love them.
Somebody put up a picture saying they thought they were gone, and then they realized that they changed the box and they looked different.
Well, same here. I thought maybe in Nova Scotia they used the Ritz branding, and then they used my more familiar yellow box everywhere else. But it sounds like they changed everything.
Yeah, it's different ownership, different companies have merged and stuff like that, and they change up boxes and stuff too, and just for marketing and what have you. But yeah, they've done that. The biggest stink I think that went on in Canada for over the last couple of years was Kraft dinner, the macaroni and cheese dinner in a box.
Oh God, yeah.
Kraft was bought out by somebody, and they changed the recipe of the cheese flavoring that goes into it, and it was like people were revolting and up in arms about it, and it was crazy. It's like I don't know. You'd made. I have not.
I've tried it once. It's terrible. I've never gone back.
You Coke, Old Coke. I was not consulted on this.
Now this, y'all, do you remember this picture and what was going on?
Yeah. What was the story I was?
The story was one of you guys said, because at the moment Gilles was interviewing Amanda Dawn, and
yes,
Janice was on just before that, and we were talking about the numbers that were reaching in Gilles' show, the number of people that were tuning in or videoing in at that time, and one of you guys said, we wonder what some of those guys are doing in their basement at home tonight.
And Janice lost it.
Hey, I got a text message on my phone when I was interviewing Amanda Dawn Christie, and it said, "Lovely women." I was like, "Oh, come on, guys."
Anyway, that was a classic. I'll cut the video or the screen sharing for a while.
Yeah, that's okay.
From the past.
Yeah, it was
from the past.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
I should. That reminds me. I wanted to bring up some pictures as well. Just let me get to them here. In the meantime,
I don't have any handy right now that have us when the hair wasn't white.
Oh, geez, you'd have to go way back for that. Where was it here?
And Janice wasn't blonde either.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember at the Winterfest when she was down in the Winterfest, similar reaction to the attendees down there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't very often that it's a gang, a usual gang of guys that show up, and when someone new pops in, it stirs things up for sure.
And that one gentleman that kept buying food for Amanda.
Oh, jeez, that was during the year with the power blackout at the hotel. Yeah.
Oh God, I remember that. Oh,
man, we went through a whole Winterfest. It started snowing. And of course, the Canadians at Winterfest got blamed for the snow coming down in Philadelphia. We had none back at home, and it was just miserable down there. All wires came down, and power was out for ages, almost the whole weekend. But they managed to pull the whole thing together, and there was a generator in the hotel, and we got the presentations got done. And but yeah, there was a lot of creativity going on that year, and it was lots of sort of adding to the legend of Winterfest that year, where everybody remembers there's one maintenance guy in the hotel who I'm friendly with, and I see him every year when we go down there. And the year after the power blackout, it went out at, I think it was right around noon or something that it went out. So I saw the guy, the head of the maintenance crew, and when we got there the next year, and I said to him, you know, it would be really funny is if at noon on Saturday, you went and hit the main breaker in the hotel. Everybody would have just gone nuts. But he said, no, I'm not going to do that. But I said, I could just imagine what would happen if you did that. So it was pretty funny.
The weather phenomenon that came down that way is called an Alberta clipper, which has got nothing to do with our province of Alberta here, but I took a lot of heat for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it's amazing because really in a Canadian's term, that wasn't a lot of snow, but it sure shut the city down. It was over 1 million people without power, and I don't know how many highways we had to divert our return trip to Montreal around, and trees down. And
oh yeah, it was very wet,
yeah.
heavy snow, and it just caked on everything, and it took down wires and took down, and people, of course, didn't know how to drive in it, so that was a whole other issue.
Yeah, a four-way stop. I guess it wasn't a four-way stop. It was all the traffic lights were out, and it was like, I don't know if anybody's ever been to Manila, but you just keep going until somebody inches ahead, and then people stop, and then that row goes until somebody inches ahead, and it was
Well,
amazing.
the killer was 2 days after returning from the fest. We got a honking snowstorm here, and I lost power for 7 days.
Oh my
So
goodness.
it's like the whole fest almost no power. I get back here, no power, and the same deal, trees down, wires down. And
Yeah, the wind really did a number.
Oh, the wind
The
was,
heavy snow with the wind.
yeah, wind and heavy snow do not mix.
Hopefully you're safe in this. I seen this morning that the storm has got a bullseye right in the Boston area, so hopefully that you're okay when that comes along.
We're keeping our fingers crossed. That the latest I heard, and it seems like it changes every half hour, is now it's going to go to the west of us up the Hudson River Valley. But I don't know. Guess we'll just have to wait till it happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Been a crazy year here, like in Western Canada. We've been screaming hot all summer. I got back here 2 days ago. The grass is brown. It's just dormant. It's just, and the leaves are starting to turn yellow from stress. And it's just been a crazy, of course, and we have all the fires, the forest fires. And so if it is sunny, and it's sunny and blue today finally, but most days it's sunny and smoke. It's been a crazy year here from in the West.
Here it's been so bizarre. Here it was like, we had a hot June, but we had a cold July. It was surprisingly cold.
Yeah.
Now August is back in the heat again.
Yeah.
Hey, John, if that goes up the Hudson River Valley, you guys are going to be on the wet side.
Yeah, I know.
Of that, so batten the hatches.
Oh, they'll be batting.
I read a report. This guy that Quebec guy that does these in-depth weather things online was looking at his report this morning, and did I read it right that they're talking about possibly 80 to 100 inches of rain? Is that possible?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, it was nuts, the figures that they were talking about. I mean, it's coming up the coast over the water, and I guess it's picking up tons of moisture as it goes. And it's just going to apparently unload it all in a very short period of time. So,
I've heard everything from 3 inches to 10 inches.
Oh my, I don't know what this guy was talking. Maybe it was centimeters?
Maybe centimeters.
Oh,
yeah, maybe.
I looked at a rainfall potential map this morning, and basically Western Connecticut up into like the New York state border is going to get deluged with like 10 inches of rain.
Okay,
so,
it must have been millimeters he was talking about.
Million.
Yeah, okay.
And it looks like the coastal east coast of Massachusetts will avoid most of the rainfall. It's if it goes far enough to the west, of course it could come back east again, but so far it doesn't look too bad.
Nice haircut.
Yeah,
Wow.
got a few pictures here from CKUT. This is where we used to do the show when it was in studio. As I mentioned to some guys last night on the Zoom, looks like we will not be going back in studio even when the station does open up again. Gilles got it down pat as to how we record and edit and all of that. So we save ourselves a trip, especially in the winter months of having to get into CKUT for a half hour and then turn around and fight our way back home again. So we're able to record and edit and ship it in electronically to the CKUT computers. But that's what master control looks like at CKUT. It's a nice operating board. It's a secondhand board that they picked up from some other radio station, but you can see a bunch of some very old equipment, cassette decks and cart machines and all kinds of neat stuff in the background there. But I have some really old pictures to share with you here, which just let me... Okay, this is going back a number of years at CKUT. This is a local ham, Dave. Tony's passed on. There's a guy from Finland that was living here in Montreal. Alan Roberts, still with us. This is a name you probably know from the past who was passed on as well. Bill Westenhaver, who was at CKUT with us at the beginning, worked at RCI for a lot of years. Was a CIDX member over the years. And this is a much younger looking Janice and her ex, Steve. So that was in the record library at CKUT. Just let me see what else I had here.
What's the date on that? Do you have any idea?
Date on that would have been sometime in the 90s. We started the show in 87, if Bill was still there. That probably would have around, maybe, I'm thinking maybe mid-90s, something like that. Yeah. So let me see what else we got here. Okay, I got to go back the other way. There's a younger looking Mickey taking phone calls. We used to take phone calls after the show in the record library.
That was the time that I was talking about Cardinal Divide.
Oh yeah.
And I said it was I said it was like 30,000 feet on a mountaintop. And then I'm going, wait a minute here, 30,000. No, 3,000.
3,000. Yeah, we climbed Everest to go on the expedition.
Well, we could hear forever.
That's right. This is a very old picture from the early, as you can tell by my hair, early days of the International Radio Report. This is probably like first or second year when we started doing the show. The man in the middle is Jan Valeshka, who was a regular on Radio Prague. And he was in Montreal visiting, and we had him stop by. I always thought, looking at this picture, that he was somehow related to Harpo Marx from the Marx Brothers. Anytime I saw this picture, it always reminded me of him. But yeah, we were as Terry brought up that line from the song last night. You remember it, Terry? About us being so much older then, we're younger than that now.
What year would that have been?
I think that's got to be 89, maybe 89, 90, something like that. Yeah.
Was the wall down by then? That was 89, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, maybe. I probably have a date on the picture somewhere, but
the wall was during Reagan's time, and Reagan might have been 87 or so.
Okay. So yeah, we started the show in November 87, and if I don't have white hair, it's got to be really early. So it could be, late 80s, or very early 90s at the latest. Let me see what else. Yeah, this is very early days. That's the old board at CKUT. So this is probably in the first couple years of the show. So a lot of the equipment hadn't changed all that much. Even today, it's still there. But yeah, that was Bill at the beginning.
Yeah.
There he is in the old record library, which is still in the same location. They've changed it up a little bit, but so yeah, some old pictures. I don't think I had other CKUT stuff there. No, we're into bird pictures. Got lots of those. I think there's some generations of CKUT logos. They've changed dramatically over the years. Sowing the seeds of grassroots change. That was the theme of one of the funding drives. There's some of our friends visiting, Mike Brooker, John, Eric, and this is Dave, who did the show with us for quite a few years.
Yeah, I think that was the one where the interviews of Janice in the same year, like 3 years ago, is it now?
3 or 4, maybe.
This would have been the last time we were in Montreal. So
okay.
3 years ago.
Yeah. That's another CKUT logo. That was a funding drive 2019. I use these to put up on the screen. There's an old shot. That was an anniversary show. I mentioned that this barbecue has a memorial tag to it, the Vernon Aikida. And this is Vern in the corner here. Him and Jim were really good close friends. You never said their one name. You always said two names. It was always Jim and Vern. Jim and Vern were such close friends, really good friends together. And yeah, Vern passed away rather unexpectedly a number of years back, and we sort of tagged this barbecue in his memory. Alan Roberts, me in there. This is a guy named Howard Gontovnik. He's been sort of in our radio circle off and on over the years. He popped in. He's a local guy. He lives in the Laval area. That was another CKUT logo.
Hello, just Sheldon, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to have to leave you for a while now. So.
Oh, sure. No problem. Thanks for dropping in, Alan.
Yes, if I may pop back later on if you're still around.
Yeah.
If not, I'll see you next time.
Okay, very good. Thanks,
right,
Alan.
Then. Cheers, then. Bye.
Cheers, Alan.
Yeah, bye.
Take care.
Cheers.
Now we're back into bird photos. So yeah. Anyways, okay. So I'll stop the screen share there. I've got some other pictures from past barbecues and stuff around somewhere too. Richard put up a neat note in the chat. Mickey was talking about the parties they used to have. We also have a Christmas dinner in Montreal, and they had a Christmas party in Sherwood Park. And Richard says, Christmas party back in the 80s without cell phones, trying to find range road signs in Sherwood Park, trying to get to Mickey's place or Don's place, maybe at that time even.
Yeah, it was out Don's place. Yeah. And then in Edmonton, when I lived in Edmonton, we had a Christmas party, and so you got to organize these things, and it was CIDX would get the bird and whatnot, but we needed to know how many guys are going to show up to appropriate sized turkey. So of course guys are not very good at responding, and so we bought this one turkey one year, and I tell you, I got to find those pictures because more people showed up than we expected. And then you want to talk about skeletal remains of a bird. It just got devoured. It was awesome. But, many moons ago now.
Yeah,
it goes back a long time. A lot of guys have left us, to the other side since then. So,
yeah, we've had some good events over the years, and we used to do some de-expeditions up here for a few years too that were always fun. And you guys out west, of course, went out to the mountains on several occasions. And it's been some good things over the years for sure. Now we're all getting old and lazy.
We have so much better equipment now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no stations on. Yeah, I remember going through snow squalls in Vermont to come up to the CIDX Christmas dinner. several years ago, but it was fun. Interesting seeing Montreal in the winter. Didn't have too much trouble getting back home, but
Yeah.
Enjoyable events.
Montreal knows how to handle big storms and winter, so it's not it has to be a really big storm to close down Montreal, that's for sure. They manage usually by the next day, certainly all the main roads are open, and you know, within a couple days everything's usually pretty much back to normal. So unlike our friends in Toronto, who they get a little bit of snow on the ground and they're ready to call in the army to come and help them with flamethrowers to melt it. And I mean, it's ridiculous in Toronto. They just don't know what to do when it snows. It's a different different culture out there.
Yeah, I'm all set. I got my snow shovel for my car. So
I remember one live show I did in a winter storm, and the next show they were actually removing the snow on the street, and I put the camera in the window, and half of the chat room was like, "Wow, you got an army of trucks removing snow from your streets." It's like, that must cost a fortune.
Ron has got his hand up there. Go ahead, Ron. We see your, sorry, I missed your hand up there before. Oops, you got yourself muted.
I think he's talking on the cell phone.
Oh, no, he uses a device to listen.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I have to use that thing because I have a hearing issue. About 10, 12 years ago, down here, we woke up one morning with this is Florida in case everybody doesn't know. We woke up with about 2 inches of snow. The school was closed. Everything was paralyzed. Then the sun came out. Hour later, we were back to normal. So when you said about Toronto, I could really relate to what happens when we get a little bit of snow.
Yeah, well,
so
Toronto
anyway,
should.
I just thought I'd toss that in.
Toronto should know what to do with it. It's just they can't be bothered, so they want somebody else to come and take care of it.
Jesus, if they ever win the Stanley Cup, they won't know what to do.
That's right. Well, yeah, we always joke that they haven't won a Stanley Cup since 1967, and the games were only shown in black and white on television. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen the memes on that. Yeah, I've heard Washington D.C. is similar. That if it gets snow, it basically closes down.
Yeah, well, they try to slap any sort of what they consider a snowplow on the front of any vehicle they can find, and you know,
garbage truck.
Yeah, try and use that to move the snow and stuff around. But no, you gotta have a full force to come out. I mean, we're a big city. It's what 4 million people or something. So, and lots of roads and lots of snow to get moved. So we have a monster crew to handle that sort of stuff when it happens. So it's it's usually, but like Ron was saying, 2 inches of snow and then the sun comes out and it's gone. Well, you get 2 inches of snow in November here, and it's going to be there till probably March with other snow piled on top of it over that period. It's very seldom that it completely disappears.
I remember when I was living in North Providence, I lived on the main street, Route 44. And I got in, very early Sunday morning. And I went to bed. And I woke up around 7:30, 8 o'clock. And like I said, this was Route 44. So there was always traffic on it. And I wasn't hearing anything. I looked out the window and all I could see was the antenna of a car sticking up from under the snow. So we got pelted.
Hey, John, did you QSL the 13 stations?
Yes, in fact,
the colonies.
The colonies, 13 colonies, thank you.
Yeah, I got my last QSL today, in fact.
Okay, I got 10 out of 13 that were applied, so
I've got 13 and one of the bonus stations.
Okay.
And the certificates, so I got them stuck in the album. So I was quite happy.
I see that the postage rates from the United States to Canada will be going up a
Yes.
dime here.
Yep, they've already got the sign up in the post office.
So that takes effect when?
The end of the month.
Okay. Well, I'm completely out of US stamps now and I can't get across for a while, so see what happens.
We got Brian Penny coming in from, I'm not sure if he's back in Cape Cod yet, or I know he was vacationing or getting away from Cape Cod and all the tourists that had bombarded the Cape Cod area. He'd gone up to the northern New York or something, I think. Let's see, Brian, you in there? He's on his way in, so we'll have him in there in a second. I want to mention something. We mentioned it last night on the BADX meeting. Just let me share something here. There's a really neat free publication available from the British DX Club, and this is what it looks like. It's called the Afghanistan DX Guide. And they put it together. It features a brief history of radio in Afghanistan, radio voice of Sharia, target broadcast to Afghanistan, and Afghanistan DX. Oops. So yeah, you can download this for free. I'll put the link in the chat, and it's really well done. It's a 34-page document, a PDF. Put together by Tony Rogers, updated on the 17th of August. So it's got a lot of the information about what's going on in Afghanistan media and what have you right now. So if you're interested, it makes for some really good reading, a lot of interesting information about the medium wave scene over there, and lots of other stuff related to the history of broadcasting. There you see the timeline going back to 74, 75, all the way through. So yeah, I'll put this link in the chat, and if you want to download a copy of it, it's really a neat publication that they just updated, and with everything going on there. We're going to talk on the show tomorrow on CKUT about a lot of the stuff going on radio related to Afghanistan. But if you want that booklet, it's really neat. I'll put it in the chat right now. Just let me, everyone.
And I'll give you some a little treat here if it loads up and you can hear it just half a second here.
Okay.
I guess more than half a second.
Hey, that's that new computer of yours. Supposed to go fast, isn't it?
Yeah. That wasn't quite what I thought, but anyway, that was at Radio Afghanistan. That was pretty weak signal though.
Oh, okay. It didn't come through to us.
No. It. I thought it was the interval signal, but it's not.
Okay.
So it's not worth.
Okay, Brian is in there showing us a picture of somewhere. Brian, how are you doing?
Can you hear me now?
There you are.
Yes.
Yep, we got you. Had you?
Radio Afghanistan, is it still? It was on 7,200 or 6,100, I think, for a while there. I don't know if it's been heard. Kind of a weird time for us.
Yeah, I don't think it's there. The Radio Afghanistan National Service, like their national broadcaster, has had a name change already. The Taliban changed it to Voice of Sharia, almost like that, a snap of the finger, and it was changed. So that's what they're calling it. But there's a lot of guys over in that part of the world, DXers, that are monitoring medium wave channels and this relay of this new Afghanistan TV service that's being beamed. They're using, I think it's being produced out of the UK or something, but they're using 2 transmitters to relay the audio feed of the TV station.
Hey, what's new there?
Yeah, neat, eh?
Yeah.
Novel idea.
Yeah,
7600 is the frequency, and it's supposed to be running 24 hours a day. Of course, it's in the local languages, not in any English on it. But it's Afghanistan International TV, and they're using looks like 2 transmitters to relay it on shortwave. One in Armenia and one in Uzbekistan. And so I don't know if you guys at West, has Don checked for it at all on his big setup?
I just got back and we just had a brief conversation that he wouldn't be around today. He's got visitors, but
Okay.
I've been out of
Yep.
province for a month, so
Yeah.
I haven't been doing anything that way. I haven't even listened to that international radio report there for a month, so I better get back caught up here.
I'm tuning it
Yeah.
right now, 7600 kilohertz on the University of 20 SDR, and there's some talk right now, so it's a pretty good signal in Europe, it seems.
Yeah, if you want to listen to it, just, of course, if you don't understand the language, of course, it's not going to mean a lot. But if you just want to be able to say you've listened to it, any of those, I was listening to it on a SDR out of Kuwait, and it was very strong. Gilles just mentioned the one in the Netherlands is a great receiver online. You can take a listen to it. So it's 7600 kilohertz. Both Gilles and I were checking it here in Montreal, and we had carrier on the frequency. We haven't been able to get any audio. We think it's their carrier. We're not exactly sure if it's them or not, because the time we were listening, it was actually daylight over there. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. And Gilles, you wanted to relay something about the Morse code you were hearing too.
That was weird. When I tried yesterday, and that was heard on the University of 20 SDR at exactly 22 hours Universal Time, there was some Morse code that started over the broadcast, and it didn't seem like some utility around it. It actually seemed to be within the broadcast itself, because they were having that loop of the song, that kind of that news type jingle, and over and over and over again. And exactly at 22 UT, Morse code started, and I didn't have anything to decode it, and my Morse code is rather bad, so I'm going to listen again tonight, and I'm curious as to what that was, if it was actually from the transmitter or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised that nobody else has said any. There were a couple more reports this morning in Hauser's World of Radio report, but nobody mentioned anything about that Morse code. So we'll have to wait and see if anybody's able to decode that and figure out what it is. We were speculating last night when we were recording the show that if it's embedded in their transmission, or if it might be something related to the transmitter site IDing themselves, because they are using supposedly 2 different transmitters in 2 different locations, the one in Tashkent and the other one in what's the place called in Armenia? Gavar, Armenia. They seem to be alternating between those 2 transmitter sites on shortwave. So whether they would put any sort of coded ID on the transmission itself, I don't know, or whether it's something connected to the broadcast. Hard to say at this point, but it'll be interesting to figure out what that might be.
Yeah. Maybe there's a ham radio repeater in there somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know.
KB7.
Yeah.
Sheldon?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to take off, but I hope to be back in a couple hours.
Okay, we may be here, we may not. We'll see
Okay.
how things go, but check in and see if we're still around.
Okay, well, 73, everybody.
Hey, John.
Take care,
All
John.
right.
Take care, John.
Catch you later.
Bye-bye.
See you later, John.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Brian Penny's seems to be having some difficulty with his. He may not be back on Cape Cod. He may be in some he was trying to get away from civilization for a while, because apparently Cape Cod was being invaded by all kinds of people, and he needed to get away.
Yeah, it looked like it was not Cape Cod. It looked like northern New York.
Yeah, so we'll see if he gets back in here, fill us in on where he is and what he's been up to. So yeah, it's anyways, yeah, the show tomorrow, if you're listening to it tomorrow, if you catch it on YouTube, we did a lot of talk about the situation in Afghanistan, and we'll probably have more on it coming. And got some information about WBCQ, also a neat story from the New Yorker magazine about what they actually called the greatest radio station in the world. And it's a small independent station operating out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, connected to a university there. And anyways, we'll tell you about it on the show tomorrow, and you can tune it in online if you want to check it out in advance. It's called WPKN, Whiskey Papa Kilo November, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And it's a really interesting radio station. And for the New Yorker to do a major feature article on it was quite interesting. That's why we pulled the story to mention it. And it's run by an extremely diverse group of people from all sorts of backgrounds. And I've been listening to it off and on the last few days, and it's really quite a unique operation that they're running. So you can check it out. They do have a website with live streaming. So again, it's WPKN. You'll find some stuff you might like and some other stuff you won't like. It's just really just all over the chart. So I
have a little blooper to talk about concerning the show that's going to play tomorrow. It was about 1 a.m. when I was editing, and I was tired of my day, and I had not recorded the file on the computer yet. And I usually do that the first thing after we finish, in case something happens. And as I'm editing, I had not noticed at one point that I had selected all the track of the 30 minutes of the show, and I just pressed delete, and it's like everything is gone, and I'm like, oh God, what did I just do? So thank you so much for whoever invented the undo button, because for a moment I was panicking at 1 a.m.
Yeah, we would have to do it again. I guess how late can we actually record in order to get it to them on time?
Actually, because I'm uploading it myself, I guess we could actually probably do it half an hour before it airs, as long as it's there.
Oh, wow.
And in the track, it's going to play.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to cut it that close.
No, but that's the fun part of uploading it myself now, is we can actually, if some major news happens, we can actually change the show and upload it, the night before, and it's going to be okay.
Yeah. Gilles been doing some interesting checking. Radio stations have online streaming, and you kind of wonder sometimes, who's listening online and who isn't. And Gilles is able to go in and look at any time and see how many people are actually listening to CKUT online. So, Gilles, you might want to elaborate on your findings so far.
So, in general, it doesn't happen very often that there's more than 10 people listening to the stream of CKUT at one time. And sometimes it's close to zero. Even the Free Kick show after us usually doesn't have much more than 3 or 4 on the stream. One night this week, I went and looked at the numbers, and I was so surprised. It was a show, and they were talking about the environment. And it's like, wow, I've never seen this. 106 people listening to the stream of CKUT, and I was so surprised. But average, when I look at the different shows and everything, I can tell you that the International Radar Report on the stream, we're one of the most popular shows from what I see. We're usually in 20 to 30, 35 on the stream itself.
Yeah, what have the views been like? The YouTube views?
It varies. YouTube views of each show for a week is anywhere from about 135 to 200 something.
Mhm.
The most popular we have is when we did our special show with the review of the Texan. That one just passed 1,000 views.
Wow.
So, but usually we're in the 150 to 200 per week.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of the show, in that we do, it is promoted there's outreach of the show, to people like you that are out there, or wherever you may be, who can tune in and listen to the program, and the international nature of the show itself. But you always wonder about stations that are streaming online, as to how many people actually use that method of listening to a radio station. And so it's nice to be able to go in and see, especially on a station like CKUT, where every block of programming is different. Shows range from half an hour like us to most music shows go for about 2 hours maximum. So you got shows anywhere in that range. And there's very few shows that are only half an hour. I think there may be, I don't know how many others there might be. Probably not very many.
One of the things that I would like, if there would be a way to see if a certain number of people are listening in on the stream, how can you extrapolate how many people might be actually listening on a real radio also at the same time for the show? Because obviously there are people using a radio to listen to CKUT.
Yeah, the campus community stations don't participate in the ratings. The ratings, we have a company called Numeris in Canada. That's kind of like your what's the big one in the States that does the ratings?
Arbitron.
Arbitron, yeah.
Nielsen.
And
Nielsen also, yes.
Yeah. Our equivalent of that is called Numeris, and they do produce the numbers, but there's a fee to get those numbers, and it's quite substantial for a year. They do have a reduced rate for community and campus radio stations, but even that is very expensive. So CKUT doesn't really have a way of knowing how many listeners they have. The only way they can, determine it is like we monitor. We have a Facebook page, and we know how many people are members of that Facebook page. So you've got to think that people who have taken the time to see people who do listen to the program, but they're probably not listening to anything else on the radio station. They're probably tuning in for our show, and that's about it. Maybe they stick around for, you see what comes on after us, or tune in early. There's a Latin American show before us that's a 90-minute show, and they do their program is in English, French, and Spanish. They do a full 90-minute show of the whole Latin American scene. They have 3 hosts. They have one who's from Chile, one who's from Argentina, and one who's from Peru. So they cover a lot of activities. There's a big Latin American community in Montreal, so their show's been on quite some time. Not quite as long as us, but they're probably closing in on 30 years or so they've been doing it. It's very well listened to show. It's very professionally done. And so, that's the nature of that type of station. So it's very hard to get a reading of how many people are listening to your station in that type of environment, and without having official ratings. It's just really hard. So it's...
Come on, Sheldon. It's obvious if they release the ratings, the most popular Sunday show in Montreal must be the International Radio Report.
At 10:30, yeah.
Yeah.
We're using those creative numbers like commercial stations do. That they're the number one station at 10:30 in the morning with listeners standing on one leg, and they'll use that in their ads to say, "Hey, we're number one." They don't put the little asterisk at the bottom to tell you, number one in what category.
Well, we probably are. We're the number one show talking about radio.
That's true. Yeah. There is a very popular show in Montreal on Sunday mornings that's against us on CJD commercial radio. It's called a trivia show. and they do have a huge audience every Sunday morning for that show. But yeah, other than that, maybe we're the second most popular. So, but, yeah, it's fun. It's nice to know that there are listeners out there, and we do have funding drives at the station too, and our listenership has been very supportive of the show. There are shows at the station that don't bring in a dime during funding drive, and we don't get a lot of people contribute, but the ones that do are very generous, and we probably generate more revenue in a half hour than most 2-hour shows do. So we do extremely well when it comes to very supportive listeners, which is great. So it's that's sort of our report card, I guess. It tells us that people like what we're doing, and they're willing to support it that way. So
I on my recent trip here listened to CBC a lot, and boy, they have changed. It's a lot of podcast relay. Wow, it's interesting.
Yeah, there's lots of people who were had very good paying jobs at CBC over the years, and they're kind of on the sidelines now. They've really made so many changes, and lots of cuts to programming, and they're bringing in a lot of very inexperienced people in some cases that years ago never would have made it in front of a microphone at CBC radio. And now they're just, it's like anything else. They're trying to cut back. And
same thing from the French side, both English and French. We have a controversy going on right now in Quebec with TV, the CBC TV French news outlet, where it's kind of a disguised retirement, but in reality, that person came in the newspaper and said, "No, I'm not retiring. I got pretty much pushed out of the CBC." It's like a big mess.
Yeah.
The most recent show now is Saturday Night Blues by Holga Peterson. He's been on the air for decades and decades out of Edmonton here, but they're moving him to CBC Music. Now, I'm not familiar if CBC Music has any frequencies, or is that streaming? Do you know?
CBC Music, that's not Radio 2, is it?
Perhaps that's what they've done. They've changed that from Radio 2 to music now. Okay.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Because Radio 3 is the online only service, but I think Radio 2 is what they call CBC Music now.
Okay.
So yeah, they're probably moving him from AM they're not AM stations. What used to be Radio 1 used to be all AM, and Radio 2 used to be FM, but now they're on the same band in many places. But the Radio 1, and it looks like they're moving him from Radio 1 to Radio 2. Yeah.
So the other day here in Canada, it was National Radio Day, and the station I listen to is kind of a top 40-ish station. But anyway, they talked about it, and they were talking about the difference between AM and FM and what they actually stood for. And the two announcers that are in their 30s, they learned that in broadcast school, amplitude modulation and frequency modulation. The producer she's about 25, not a clue. Eh? Yeah. Not a clue.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to always joke that AM in Canada stood for Anne Murray.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Okay, we got Peter coming in from Oklahoma. We've lost Brian Penny. I don't know, he's lost in the wild northlands of the Adirondacks of New York State, I think. Yeah. So he's probably not have solid internet connection there, maybe. But, there's Peter.
Nice sunny day in St. Albert, it looks.
Yeah, it does look nice. Yeah.
It's pushing 20 now out here.
Yeah. The wind is so chilly.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's that
it's outside,
that northern wind, eh?
Chilly, boy, I haven't heard that here in Montreal for a long time.
Nor here.
Nor there. Yeah.
It's outside of 60 Butterfield Crescent, so you can
Home
see the
territory.
cars in the background.
Yeah. Very nice. Lots of nice trees, blue sky.
Car going by.
No smoke in this.
No smoke today. No.
Yeah. Those fires are pretty
You can
nasty,
see the
man.
clear Alberta sky right there. Blue sky.
Yeah. Peter, how you doing today?
Good. I don't know if you can see in my second camera there. I got a 705 the other day.
Ooh.
Yeah. And of interest to this group, the second station I heard when tuning it up after I got it was CFRX on 6070 from Oklahoma, which is, I've heard them before, but not often. And I just connected to one of the dipoles outside, and I was surprised. It was the second. The first one, of course, was WWV, but it seems to be as good a receiver as everybody says it is. So I'm kind of jazzed about it.
You're fairly close. Well, close. It's all relative, but close to WWV, closer than most of us are.
Well, probably split with the Alberta guys, but yeah, I mean, I don't have any trouble hearing.
Okay.
What I am curious about on this receiver is whether I can directly receive WWVB. But and there's a blip at 60 kilohertz on the dipole, but I don't actually know what WWVB sounds like. So I got to go find a recording online to see what it's like. There's no announcer. It's just a digital stream and always has been. So
yeah, it's kind of a little bit weird sounding because it's basically phase shift modulation. You can kind of hear something every second. But yeah, it's nothing obviously stands out to you.
Okay, I did wonder about that. What mode is best to listen? Hey, put that back. That's mine. I noticed you too have the plastic on the thing too. I don't dare take it off. I don't want it to get all mucky.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that, Peter?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, that's weird. Okay.
Okay, that's 60 kilohertz?
That's 60 kilohertz, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Not live at the moment. This was recorded on April 26th, about 2200.
And what mode was your receiver in? Sideband or AM? Or?
Well, no, you can, to get the best audio, I can't even remember what mode it was in, but it's not AM, it's
CW or SSB or something narrow?
Yeah, you just kind of try them all. I can't remember at the moment, but that's what it sounds like. It's, that beeping is not every second. It kind of jumps around a bit and has, but yeah, no IDs, no anything like that.
Yeah.
But,
okay. Cool.
There was a time, maybe that night even, I heard every WWV and WWVH on all their frequencies right across. It was one of these.
Wow. Have you copied them on 25?
Yeah.
When I did that, when I finally heard them on 25, I set off for QSL and got one back.
Yeah, they have that special one for that.
Yeah, because I have it. I had all 5, however many frequencies it is. So. Yeah, it took a long time to hear 25, but.
We should officially sort of, we know that once Jill has this recording and puts it up on his YouTube channel, there may be many people who see it who don't really know what this is and who we are. So we should, take a moment to just sort of say hello to any of those listeners or viewers who might be watching this later on, that we're coming to you from, well, I am in Montreal, but we've got members of the Canadian International DX Club with us here online on our Zoom barbecue day. And you should check out the Canadian International DX Club. CIDX.ca is the website. And the club is a general coverage radio club, and it's open to anybody, anywhere. You do not have to be a Canadian. So, as you see, we let Terry in, we'll let anybody in. So we have to pick on him. You know, he lives in Texas. You know, but no,
in
anyways,
Austin at that.
Yeah. Whoops.
Okay, okay.
Got some loud background noise from some. What are we hearing?
There we go.
There we go. Yes. Anyway, so if you're just finding us through Gilles' YouTube channel, check us out, and happy to have you on board. And to any of our own CIDX members who are not able to be with us today, we missed you, and we hope to see more of you here. We'll be having more regular monthly CIDX meetings online, so you can participate in those. Those are not recorded, by the way. This special broadcast is being recorded, though, in recognition of our annual barbecue that, due to COVID, cannot take place in person again this year. So there, we got all the official stuff out of the way. So what has everybody been up to? As we said, we've a lot of attention, media attention is on the Afghanistan situation, of course. We talked about the beacons that were being decommissioned here in Canada, a number of them. So I know a few people started doing some monitoring. Gilles was monitoring, I've been monitoring. We got a few of them that have since shut down. We were able to get them before they went off the air. But there were pretty good conditions for a couple nights in a row on long wave. I don't know how many of you have tried tuning around to try and monitor beacons. It's not the greatest program content, obviously, but
oh, I disagree. It's like WWV. It's all non-controversial. It's great.
Well, we always say WWV's slogan for their
all
format.
All the time.
All time, all the time. That's right. So yeah, it was kind of fun and challenging to pull out some of these beacons. Very weak signals, and we had some pretty good results.
A lot of the Canadian, a lot of the US ones are like 25 watts, 100 watts, occasionally 400 watts. A lot of the Canadian ones were 1,000 watts. I forget if UL was 1,000. I think it was.
UL was 1,000, yes.
Yeah. So there's one down in Puerto Rico that's 3,000. That's usually, I think it's DDP. I'd have to look at my log to see what the frequency is, but yeah, the amazing thing. I think I said this on Gilles' Facebook thing. That the amazing thing is not that they are going away; it's that they took so long to make them go away, because they were essentially obsoleted by VOR, which is also obsolete and is going away. They're just, pilots don't home in on those anymore. It's just not what they do. They do show up. There's a guy on the NDB list who drives 747s for a living out of Australia. And he has, I guess he's retired now, but he has shared many images of the display, the navigational display from a modern jetliner, and the NDBs are on there because it has a database of where they all are. So when it decodes the CW, it plots them on the map and everything. But it purely auxiliary to the real navigation stuff. It's hard to even argue that they're a backup anymore. It's interesting.
Yeah, this is the if you're looking for a source of long wave beacon information, to help you identifying what you're hearing and getting the details of them. William Hepburn produces this really neat website called DX Info Center, but one of the pages on it is North American beacons. And you'll see as you scroll down, you see the frequency, the call sign, the country, province or state, and the city. And then you've got the power, the latitude, longitude for each one of them. So you can see that there are some of the Canadian ones, 500 watts, 100 watts, 125, 250, 500. There's a big one in Iqaluit in the northwest, 6,000.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So this is the list we were using to monitor. So you'll have your Canadian and your US and a few others that pop up. So this is if you want to use this to, you see that the to be decommissioned on the in August that happened. Those ones are now gone. One interesting one, and I did send a note to William Hepburn about it, and I haven't got an answer back from him. One of the ones that he had listed as being decommissioned was actually still running.
Not
So,
uncommon.
Yeah, so I questioned him on that one. It's on 223. Just let me scroll down to 223 here for a second. Yeah, this one in Armstrong, 1,000 watts, Armstrong, Ontario, which I haven't looked up on a map yet. I don't know where Armstrong, Ontario is, but it was still transmitting. This was on the 11th of August. So it had been marked as being decommissioned, but it was definitely still transmitting. So, so that I'm not sure what's happening there.
What's the bold indicate?
That's a good question.
Higher power ones.
higher
It
power.
looks like it.
Yeah, very high power.
Actually, the font size, the bold and the font size go with the power.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's his legend up there, and then you can see which ones he's marking. Yeah, there's a 2,000 watt in North Carolina, 198, which is actually a long wave European frequency for broadcast. But yeah, it was kind of fun tuning. We got something, what was it, Gilles? 25 or 26 beacons that night.
Yeah, I was surprised what I could hear just in my backyard with my radio. It was amazing. Just using the internal ferrite of the Texan.
I know the guy that does the long wave Club of America column for logging, and he would enjoy getting your logs.
Oh, okay.
That would be me.
Ah, okay.
That is true.
Yeah, I don't trust that. I don't trust that guy.
You don't trust that guy. Well, you know. Yeah, there's a guy on I forget which, I'm on so many lists these days and Facebook things, but there's a guy that I believe he's a contractor for NAV Canada, which is the company that runs all that stuff on behalf of Transport Canada. And he's actually the guy that goes around and either fixes these or takes them apart. And I don't think there are very many people doing the decommissioning. So the fact that it's still on the air despite being decommissioned is not a big surprise, because it just hasn't got there yet. As officially, they don't exist. So if you're a pilot and you do your flight plan and you look all the stuff up, you will not see any evidence of that beacon. So you won't even try to listen. Not that a modern pilot would, but an older guy might want to do that, and he won't find it in any of the listings. If he turns his direction finding stuff on, he will hear it. But yeah, they are decommissioned officially, even though they're still on the air. They just haven't got around to turning them off. What I think would be interesting, I don't know what equipment these things use, but it seems like ham clubs might ought to try and get some of these as they go surplus, because they could be converted to 630 meters or 2200 meters, at least in the States. Did you guys get those two bands in Canada? 475 kilohertz and 137 kilohertz. I didn't keep up on that.
Yeah,
I know in the US we got them about 5, 6, 7 years ago, but
not sure. It is interesting when you go down, start creeping up onto the medium wave broadcast band. You see that the American and Canadian beacons disappear, but you see all these ones over in Russia and Ukraine and places like that are listed as being used over there, and they go all the way up. Then you even got some down in Papua New Guinea, Brazil. These are up above the medium wave band. Yep. So yeah, it's an interesting, and it's a tough band to DX, especially if you're in a very noisy area. But
summertime.
Yeah, here we are in Montreal with 4 million people, and Gilles was hearing them on a portable radio with the built-in ferrite on long wave. So granted, the ones we were hearing were not all that far away. I mean, we got them in Quebec, and we had a couple across into Ontario, but it's kind of fun. The CW IDs on them is very, very slow, so it's quite easy to copy them, even if you're not proficient in CW. There's little tricks you can use, like I don't know CW, and what I do is I listen to, because they repeat over and over and over. You sort of, I have a little chart here that I use with the the letters and numbers, and I just listen to one letter at a time, sort of thing, until I a couple times in a row. And
there's a good way of cheating. If you find the aeronautical sectional map or sectional chart, FAA puts them out in the US, I guess it's Transport Canada or some arm of it that puts them out for Canada. If there is an active non-directional beacon, they will actually show the dots and dashes next to the little box.
Okay.
Because pilots don't know Morse code these days either. So
yeah.
So they're right on there, and you could just match it up.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Peter, since December 1st, 2015, we have the 2,200 meters in Canada.
Oh, you do have it. Oh, okay. So that's a potential project for a ham club, is to get a hold of one of those transmitters, because they're good transmitters. They ran 24 hours a day for decades. Probably still got life in them. It might be a fun project for somebody that was so inclined.
I'd like to add one point about SDRs for beacons is because the CW the Morse.
Yeah, it's not actually CW.
Is so slow. You can dial down the bandwidth really to make it just, 100 hertz wide or something like that, and still copy the CW in there. Higher speed CW doesn't work as well with those ultra low bandwidths, and it's especially handy for frequencies where you have typically the Canadian ones have their the Morse sidebands 400, I think it's 400 hertz up, whereas the American ones are typically 1,020 hertz up, causing them to be 20 hertz away from the Canadian carriers. But so that can be really tough on a regular radio with your standard CW filter. But if you can just really slice in on it with a narrow filter from an SDR, that helps you, it's like fishing. It gives you a bigger net, more to choose from. Yeah. And you just prove it like a shark. Oh, I got that one.
What was interesting
that's one of the.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say I've gone through kind of phases of life with non-directional beacons. In my first phase, there was the failed phases when I tried to use my sort of early cheap radios, and then my first serious phase was when I had my ICOM R75 with two 500 hertz CW filters, so I was able to offset them and do quite well. And then I kind of heard everything I was hearing, nothing new, so I drifted away to other parts of the spectrum. And then when I got my SDR, I was back in there and just fine-tuning to extract every last little bit that I'd been missing with the cruder techniques of the past. And then, of course, I drifted away elsewhere in the spectrum. And what I keep hoping is that as these beacons get decommissioned, there's less to listen to, but I'm hoping that, maybe one will disappear from a frequency that's covering up something behind it, and I'll catch that before it gets taken off. But just so far from dabbling, nothing has fallen away in a useful order. But maybe I'll get a few more that way if I just keep at it.
That's what we were looking at with this 248, the UL one in Montreal, which was so strong for us here. With that shutting down, we went, I've tried it so far. I haven't heard anything else there yet, but it's exactly that. You've now got a new opportunity. It's like when a big powerhouse medium wave station goes off for maintenance and everybody flocks to the frequency to, to see what might be hiding underneath it. So it's a similar situation here, but it's a good challenge, I think, too, in seeing what your radio and your antennas are capable of doing also. And your filters, as you said, to really give your radios a test run on some challenging signals. So it's a good exercise.
It's really good because that's while I was doing that I noticed that the XH Data D808 that I talk so highly on shortwave is extremely crappy below about 300 kilohertz. It's deaf. it's deaf. It doesn't hear anything that all the other radios hear.
Yeah, in slightly different topic, on William Hepburn's site, he does the Tropo forecast for VHF, UHF. And with the storm coming up the coast, there's going to be Tropo. I looked at it a couple of minutes ago, and there, VHF and above, there's going to be some good DX opportunities. Also, going back a little ways on WWV, if you remember the radio show Spectrum years and years ago that did things at the fest, I have a recording of a show they did where somebody had put together a WWV jingle package, and it was really funny. It's like if WWV was a commercial AM radio station, and jingles like "give us 60 seconds and we'll give you the time" type of thing with bed music and all that. I need to look that up and maybe post it somewhere because it's really
funny. Was it a Pam
funny.
jingle?
Yeah, they used Pam jingles for that, I think. Yeah, it was great.
There are not enough Pam jingles in the world anymore.
Yeah, here's the page. This is
space
the page
weather,
that
space weather on the 18s, eh?
Yeah.
One good thing about storms, especially winter storms around here, is power failures. Because one time I came home to a house that was in the dark. The whole neighborhood was out. My first thought was, RFI is gone, at least locally, hopefully. And it turned out to be a great night. I had my Eton E1, so that runs quite a while on batteries. And I thought, okay, this is the time to go back down to the long wave part of the spectrum. And that doesn't have little CW filters or anything like that, but I still did extremely well that night, just on the non-directional beacons, because my whole neighborhood was quieter.
We're actually the only ones that are happy when the power's down.
Yeah, this is the page that Eric was talking about. Again, it's from this DX Info Center. This is a great website. He has lots of different stuff on the website.
Where is William Hepburn? He's in Canada somewhere.
He's in Ontario. I'm forgetting the town exactly, but it's in central Ontario somewhere. I can't remember offhand right now, but this is a really good page too. As you can see, he rates everything in color coded. You can look at the map there and see how he maps everything out, and you can go back and check past week maps and how to use this. He's got all the info on it. So yeah, he does a really good job with this site. So
people in other parts of the hobby refer to them as the Hepburn maps.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, it's neat. There's all kinds of neat tools like this out there. And just before we started this today, I was talking when Brian first came on. We were talking about the storms and what have you, and the Miami, the Hurricane Watch Net is up and running on HF 14325 kilohertz upper sideband. They're monitoring the progress of these storms that are out there right now. And what is there, 7268 is it, the evening frequency they use, I think?
Yep, lower sideband.
Yep. So you can check into those. They're generally only active. It's a ham station that's actually set up in the they have an official station in the Hurricane Center in Miami, but they have different operators at different times. And different stations are checking in, giving weather reports and what have you from different areas. So you might want to check those out during hurricane season. And I guess right now I know they're monitoring the progress of this one coming up the coast. So that's kind of fun to listen to. As I remember over the years listening to some really, some of those major storms, and hearing some really neat stuff on coming in from hams. So that's something else you can check out. So yeah, there's, for all those people where there's nothing to listen to, well, there's plenty of stuff. It's just not necessarily everyone's taste, but there's always something around out there. Steve Gerberding left us, but he left his camera on there, so we see
It's a nice station.
Yeah, he finally got the camera reversed, so you're now not seeing his water pipes in his basement.
That was him.
That was
okay. This is a much better view.
Yeah, only now he can't figure out how to turn it back around, he said last night. So
no, that's really nice. He's done a nice job with that.
Yeah.
Sorry, he's not here to hear me say that, but
yeah, he's got a very nice.
It's been 20 after 10 for the whole show.
Yeah, right.
Or 20 after 2200, I guess.
Yeah.
But it looks
20. Yeah, 20. Yeah.
Something like that.
Still, that's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a very nice, clean setup. More than my desk doesn't look like that. That's for sure. No, there's stuff all over the place.
Neither.
Yeah.
You got those burgers on yet?
Oh, I just got I got delivery from Darlene. She brought in the we get these really nice things. They're cheese and tomato sauce in like a pastry. They're called twisties. Okay. They're from a little bakery around us. I picked them up yesterday for today's lunch. So she heated them up in the oven and delivered them.
We should watch for the FedEx truck, or
yeah, like what the hell here?
I know. We could have used some of our CIDX funds and shipped out little care packages to, particularly to our chapter general chairman people in different locations.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sure now everybody's going to want to tag themselves with one of those names and titles. So, yeah. Anyways, so yes, that was nice to get a little snack, and yeah, we'd normally what is it? It's 2 o'clock. Yeah, we'd be digging into the main food dishes around this time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I'm in the Atlantic time. Everything is an hour later than what I'm used to, so I'm still kind of going by Eastern time, but aware of stuff being an hour later.
Must be fun. You're getting
it's a unique thing being up in Canada here, that and if you go to Newfoundland, you add another half an hour. I remember taking a midnight sail from to Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, on the ferry from Nova Scotia. It goes overnight, and the Yankees ball game was on. It was after midnight. And it was so weird, when you're a Westerner and you're used to everything being at such and such a time, and here you are way out in the middle of the ocean there. And rest of North America is, most of North America runs on Eastern time when it comes to a lot of things. And when you're out there, it's a little different.
Yeah, it's pretty laid back out in the Maritimes for anybody that's not been there before. And I'm sure, Eric, you had some interesting confrontations between your Boston accent and the Maritimes accents.
No, actually, it's been pretty good. There was some digs about Americans in general when I visited the Citadel, but I took them in stride. I recognized that the War of 1812 was the War of Yankee aggression, but yeah, it's interesting because the hotel is solidly booked to tomorrow, and it's all my stay here. The parking lot's been full, but it seems like it's mostly people from maybe other parts of Nova Scotia and a lot of Ontario plates. I haven't seen too many Quebec plates. I don't think I've seen a Quebec plate at all. But but it's really nice. Having a wonderful time here.
Did you go to Peggy's Cove?
No, I heard that's a tourist trap.
No, that's beautiful. It's going to be, because apparently, like the little town, some guys bought up some area and he's going to make this thing. But That is one of the most amazing places I've been. It's so cool. Except
Okay, well, I'll take a ride out there. It's not too far from where I am.
yeah, and they and read the signs when it says, if you get too close on the slippery rocks, that death will happen. They don't tell you it may happen. It has happened. It's you can see all the seals and that they're all kind of hanging around waiting for somebody to fall in, so they got lunch. But no, it's a pretty cool play. It's a pretty neat thing. It's
Yeah, I went to Digby and Yarmouth the other day. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Nice drive around the southern part.
Yeah.
Did a loop back to Halifax. It was great.
Did you bring radio gear with you?
Oh yeah, I did. But of course, I've been listening mainly to commercial VHF, UHF, some railroad stuff. There's a giant container terminal. And the other day I was where I am in Bedford, north of Halifax. There's a rail line going into a terminal, a container terminal, and a train went by. It must have been over 100 cars. It seemed like it took 20 minutes for it to go by. And listening on the scanner, a lot of railroad traffic.
I believe that's a relatively new port there that they built.
CN has been expanding that with the port owners. That's a big moneymaker for them.
They're servicing like right down into the New York area and whatnot. So pretty impressive site apparently. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I went by the Via Rail station, didn't see too much activity. I assume there's probably only one train a day or something.
I don't know if the ocean was running only 3 days a week for a while there. I don't know if they've restored it to daily or not.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because it looks like originally when they built the rail line, it basically loops around the end of the Halifax Peninsula. And so the Via Rail kind of takes the western part of the loop to loop up into Halifax, and the container terminals on the eastern part of the loop. I don't know if the loop goes through anymore, but kind of interesting.
Oh, good Lord.
So
it's one day a week.
Have you been walking Halifax?
Oh yeah, I've been walking around and also driving through it. It's kind of interesting because the streets are a little bit narrow. You could tell it's kind of an old city.
You're going uphill all the time, right?
Well, yeah, up and down hills. It seems like unlike back home, there doesn't seem to be too much flat. In fact, my hotel is on a slope, so the first floor, there's steps in the hallways. The hallways tilt up, and there's steps every couple of rooms. And by the time the end of the first floor, you're basically at the level of the second floor. And the second floor does the same thing. So, there's, the hallway is tilted, and every couple of rooms I got to go up like 3 steps because it's basically on a slope.
Yeah, you get your exercise there, that's for sure. Going up to the Citadel and whatnot.
Eric, you were talking about the length of trains. If you remember when you've been here, we've gone across Victoria Bridge. As we come off of Victoria Bridge, we cross a railway track there near the Costco. That I got stuck as the first car. I got to the railway crossing as the barrier came down. This is a couple months ago. The train that went by, seeing as I was the first car sitting there, I decided to count the cars going by. The train was 220 cars. I literally sat there for like half an hour. It was incredible how long this thing was. And I started thinking about the power that must be in these engines to pull something, to get it moving.
The trend has been, in the last 10 years, has been to run much longer trains because there's still only an engineering conductor, which is a lot of the cost. And they do such a good job now with radio controlled locomotives that they'll be sometimes one halfway back or a couple at the tail end, and they're all controlled from the same cab up front, but there's nobody in them.
In the train that I saw, it might have been 200 cars because it seemed like 25 minutes. And they basically, I think it was 2 engines up front and 1 in the middle. So
it becomes an issue, particularly in the winter with the air brakes. You can't your length is limited by the air because the brakes run on air, and unless you have another locomotive further back, the air doesn't make it to the far end of the train, which is a problem. But they have found that by using the distributed power, not only do they get better train handling, but the brakes work better in the wintertime. So,
and every seat can said China shipping on it.
Pretty much, probably, yeah. Costco.
Well, different things. Let's see. Some said Canadian Tire.
That's domestic.
That came from China, though, of course. So, there's nothing in Canadian Tire that's made outside of China.
What sort of communications are you hearing for radio-wise from dealing with the train yards and stuff? Is there much voice stuff, or is there mostly digital stuff? Or
it's all voice. It's still all analog voice. Different channels. There's a band plan by the American Association of Railroads, and some of the stuff is NXDN, but it's that stuff's mainly maintenance stuff. Road channels are analog, and I picked up the road channel and some of the odd channels, the terminal channels. Radio Reference has a railroad page for Nova Scotia that lists a lot of the frequency, and it looks up to date. So had fun.
Even here in Montreal, pretty much all voice, a lot of voice activity on the train.
Yeah, I have a scanner sitting here. It's got so much stuff piled on top of it. I can't remember the last time I turned it on. So it's just not something that I find myself listening to at all. So I wasn't really sure.
When I was in Brandon there at my brother's place, going through his stuff, I found a bunch of scanners, older scanners. Nobody looking for a Radio Shack? Speaking of which, the weather channels, I see the signs still, but they don't look like they've been accessed or looked after. But they still have weather on the, 160, whatever.
62,400 through.
Yeah. Here in Montreal, we got 162.55. They all now changed the voice. It's like in the past year. It's like a new voice that gives the weather. But some of them are gone. 162.475, Mont Tremblant is gone. Now I hear the one that is in near Sherbrooke and the Estuary region. But there are some that disappeared, but there's still some on.
Wow, you got to wonder how many people actually have a radio when they're driving down the Trans-Canada Highway that can tune these things.
In the U.S., in parts of the U.S., it's fairly popular. We have a weather alert radio next to the bed that's on 24/7 because you don't get many tornadoes this time of year, but parts of the year we want to know. So
it is useful. I mean, I have a weather alert radio here, and now the Uniden 980 SSB has weather alert in it. And I can tell you the beep from that thing is amazingly strong. But
yes, same on their 996 scanner.
What I noticed about the Estuary region one on Sherbrooke, in Sherbrooke, was supposed to be decommissioned also. And what I've heard is that apparently a lot of people that do boating in that area actually have called in to that number saying, no, we need that. It is extremely important because in the summertime, a severe thunderstorm can just like appear out of nowhere in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
Here up in Quebec, do you do any scanner listening up there, or just are you just a shortwave guy? Pierre, are you hearing us? So, yeah, I'm just curious if you do any scanner listening up in the Quebec City area.
Well, yes, I do, but mainly for aircraft frequencies. Almost of that is around that. So terminal, tower, and Montreal Center, which has some frequencies around Quebec City. Okay. But previously, I would listen to railroad frequencies, marine frequencies. But right now, I specialize in aircrafts.
Okay.
It's that's the thing that's changed the least on radio, I think, is the aircraft stuff.
Pretty much.
Never mind the beacons and stuff going away, but the actual communications between aircraft and towers and stuff. If you listen 50 years ago and you listen today, pretty much the same.
Here where I live, I'm in one of the lines that go to the airport. I mean, planes pass over my house at certain periods of the day. It's like, every 2 minutes there's a plane passing over. I've been thinking, man, I should just put the camera out, put the scanner on the tower, and just film all the planes and the communications go through and put videos of that on the VHF channel.
There you go.
Yeah, Janice took us to one of the viewing areas, Eric and John and myself there a couple years ago now, and just sat there, and she had them all, this one's coming in next, and it was amazing.
Speaking of beacons, as we were before, there used to be a beacon. Oh, there used to be a beacon in Dorval, ZDB. I guess is near where Janice lives, somewhere off the end of one of the runways. And there's another one up towards, I guess, where you live, Jill, maybe on Jarry somewhere. Jarry or Rockland and Jarry or somewhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started looking at the old sectional maps from years ago. Boy, there was a lot of beacons around. There was several servicing Dorval, St. Hubert. There was one in Valleyfield. There was one in Hudson. It's crazy.
There's a lot of those little airports scattered around. St. Hubert is a good size one. It's not huge, but it's a good size one. But all those communities you mentioned, they all have little airstrips. Mostly little private airport things. But yeah, I guess they all had their own beacons and stuff. So.
Yep. But those long gone.
Well,
there's an air show in just north and west of Edmonton this weekend. So yesterday they were practicing over my area as they kept going around in formation and whatnot. It's supposed to be quite a few U.S. What's the big fighter jet that they use? F-18 is it?
We got so many, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. The only one they couldn't bring up was one of the bigger ones that could.
The invisible ones?
No, it was quite large. I forgot what it was on the news last night, but with the restrictions. But the other ones it could be flying around today around here because it's not. I'm not, as the bird flies not far from where this air show is taking place, but.
We had a lot of traffic here years back at St. Hubert Airport, which was also a military base at St. Hubert. There's still some military stuff there, but it's pretty quiet. There's very little activity over there. There's even some of the buildings, the living accommodations on the base are all boarded up. So there doesn't seem to be much going on over there with respect to military activity anymore. Occasionally we'll see some planes come in. They don't do air shows there anymore. They used to, but that traffic seems to have stopped. They're bringing in a little bit more commercial traffic into St. Hubert now. Some of these planes that head up to the far north, Air Cree and some of the native airlines are coming into St. Hubert now. So we start hearing some planes going over here at weird times of the day and night. There's one that goes up somewhere up to the territories, and it flies out of here at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's people were reporting. We have a Greenfield Park Facebook page, and people were squawking and yelling like crazy, like, what's going on? You know, the houses are shaking at 2:30 in the morning. And it's these planes that are leaving St. Hubert, and they for whatever reason, they leave here at like 2:30 in the morning, which is kind of strange. But there's a lot more traffic over there now of that nature. And private planes, you know, the little Learjets and that sort of stuff that come in, because it's actually closer to get into downtown Montreal, and there's heliports at St. Hubert as well. So the rich and famous come into St. Hubert, hop on a helicopter, and get flown into Montreal for, you know, when things like the Grand Prix are happening and the Jazz Fest and those types of things. The high rollers will take a helicopter from St. Hubert Airport into Montreal. Rather than fight the traffic if you were coming in from Trudeau Airport out in Dorval. So there's talk of them wanting to expand St. Hubert Airport a little more to be able to accommodate a little bit more commercial traffic.
One of the things that was surprising to me when I was looking at the beacons was, okay, they're decommissioning UL in Montreal, but they're keeping the ones like at Mirabel, and I was like,
YMX, yeah,
that is weird.
Yeah.
There's still a ZHU listed for St. Hubert.
Yep, I hear it.
You do hear it. It's decommissioned. It's been decommissioned
really?
for over a year, but
I hear it.
But there are still active reports as of this week.
Yep, I heard it on the 11th of August. It was.
There you go.
Yeah, it comes in very strong here. Obviously, it's in the backyard. So, yep, it's you know, some things change and some things don't, and you know, they're shifting things around. That's definitely the move here. You know, historically for you guys in other locations, Mirabel was supposed to become the airport for the Montreal region, and that was the biggest white elephant going. I think it's been used for more movie sets than it's been used for airplanes over the years.
I did not realize until recently. I heard I did an online participated in an online presentation about rail service to Charles de Gaulle in Paris, and leaving aside the rail service part, I did not realize how closely Mirabel was patterned after Charles de Gaulle, because they did the same thing in France. They went out into the countryside, they bought up tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of hectares for Charles de Gaulle and started building an expandable airport out there, knowing that they weren't going to have any NIMBYs because there was nobody living there, and they bought all the land. And that's exactly what they did with Mirabel. It's just that Mirabel got caught, I think, as the range increased from, because everything used to stop in Montreal to refuel, and then Gander, and then Europe, and they'd stopped doing that pretty much by the time Mirabel opened. So
they're now, believe it or not, offering land back to the people that they expropriated land from in around Mirabel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, there's trouble.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Hey, Dennis.
Let's see. Okay, give us the lowdown. What's going on here?
Well, I'm in Mont Tremblant with some girlfriends. I'm on Lake Moore. I'm on a dock. Just had lunch. Just checking into the barbecue.
And it's steaming hot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was pouring rain, and now the sun's out, and it's 1,000,000 degrees.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Sounds like party time. So you can. That's the background sound of barbecues. So
Yep. There we go.
Very appropriate.
I will mute myself now.
Oh, that's okay. Very good.
Now that my cousin's here, I need to get going. I did. She can take. There's only room for one laws on the.
Jesus.
I
Zoom,
see.
So
we have a law. We have a law level. We'll call
exactly.
It. Yeah.
I did want to mention. You know, this is the Vern Ikeda Memorial Barbecue, and
That's
I knew Vern, and it turns out I knew Vern and his dad a lot longer than I thought I did, because they were involved in recreational hockey like I was in the early 70s in the same areas. His good friend Jim Hay, who I think some of you know, he appears in the picture that's on the International Radio Report, that studio picture. He is not well.
Yeah.
I don't know prognosis or anything, but he's not well. So have a good thought for him, and I'll leave you on that down note. So.
Yeah, we mentioned Jim earlier, and
Okay.
yeah, there's a friend of his in Montreal who's been keeping us up to date, and it's not
Roman?
it's not
Roman.
good news, not
No,
good
it's
news
not.
at all.
Nope.
So it's yeah, kind of sad, but yeah, we talked about Vern a little bit earlier too, and I mean, as we said, you could not say one of their names separately. It was always Jim and Vern.
Jim and Vern, yeah,
they were connected, you know.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I'm gonna go. See you guys later.
All right,
Bye.
Peter. Take care.
Take care.
Okay. I can still hear the. Can you hear that?
21st, 2021, 3:18 p.m. Atlantic Daylight Time. Oui, c'est présentement la station Radio Météo Canada. XL 473 à Halifax.
So it's still on in Halifax.
Yeah, and they found somebody in Halifax to speak French.
Well, yes, it's all synthesized voice, so it's a synthesized French voice.
Yeah, it's a little rough around the edges, to say the least. But
the funny part is the old French language voice they used had kind of a slight Quebecois French accent to it. The newer voice they use sounds more French from France than Quebecois now. It's like that new voice is very different. I don't know why they changed it, but and
Jill,
the clock when they actually give you the time for the clock, it's so weird. Instead of saying it's like it's 3:45 p.m. It's like it's 03344 p.m. It's like, what the hell is that?
On a side note, Jill, when you put this up on YouTube, take note of the time it is right now, and you may see a dramatic spike in the viewership.
Yes.
Yeah, you can take note of that. We'll get Janice laughing like she did at the barbecue a couple of years back. Janice, we showed that picture. Mickey showed it earlier, of that picture of you cracking up at the barbecue when we were talking about what was going on virtually in DX shacks around the world. So yeah, it was quite funny. So we had a good laugh at that. Anyways, yeah, it's been kind of quiet today, though. I was hoping we might see some new people check in, but we haven't at all. So maybe the time just hasn't been convenient for people. One thing we talked about doing down the road is we may try a little experiment and do a couple Zooms at some different times, maybe on a weeknight or something like that, see if it does attract a few people who maybe can't get in on weekends or whatever, for whatever reason. But yeah, it's been a little quiet today, but that's okay. It's fun. Good to have everybody that's been in. A few people have been in and out, and there's a couple people who said they might be in a bit later. So I don't really have a time limit on this today. So we'll see how people show up. Yep, he left his new backdrop there, which is much nicer than the pipes. But our flag isn't showing anymore. So.
Oh wow. Gotta put the flag on the other side.
Yeah. It might be a temporal anomaly. It may be his location's frozen in time because that clock hasn't changed.
No, yeah, that's he logged off, and I guess he just left a freeze frame on or something, because he did leave us a while back. So, yeah. Well, actually, he wouldn't have left us at that time, so I don't know why the clock is showing that time. He must have taken it.
He's obviously using a green screen.
A green screen snapshot, yeah.
Yeah, because it was that time last night when he was on the Badass.
There you go. Yeah.
Time has a way of doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, we never did get Brian Penny back. I don't know. He must be in a really bad spot for internet hookup. So I know he really wanted to get away, and I don't know if they have a place up in upstate New York, or whether they just rented a place to escape from Cape Cod. But I know he said he was going up there, and I don't know how long they were going to be up there, so not exactly sure where they were. So
Yeah, it's amazing. If you don't live on the Cape, if you go down to the Cape during the summer, there are miles of backup to get on the Cape because there's only two bridges. And then Sunday evening, there's miles of backup to get off the Cape. So I can understand why he could get a little bit annoyed at the tourists.
It's one of those things.
He also said that there were people that had summer places on the Cape who, with COVID and were not working, were coming and staying at their places when they normally wouldn't be staying there. So there was the population had sort of boomed because of that, and it was just getting way too crowded for his liking. So they decided they would.
It's one of those places that just like the population grows crazy during the summer months. I've been here when my sister lived in Saint Jean Baptiste, and they have the camping there. It's like Saint Jean Baptiste goes from 150 people to about 3,000 in the summer.
Yeah. The only time I visited Cape Cod, we were driving down in that area, and it was after Labor Day weekend. And Labor Day weekend, we went on to the Cape on like late or mid Sunday afternoon, and we just like flew right in. But the lineup coming out was complete insanity. So we got there after everybody had left, and it was really quiet, and we got to travel around the whole Cape and whatever without anybody being around. It was really quite amazing how it just emptied completely. But that's many years ago. It's probably changed a lot since then, but I haven't been back down there. We have standing invitations from Brian and from Steve Wood, who both are on the Cape. They keep encouraging us to go down and visit them there. So once we can legally get back into the States by car, we can consider doing some of those little trips. But same, I've been meaning to get down to visit the Boston guys again, but we don't know. They've just extended the border closing again for another month for Canadians, going into or people coming. Yeah, they just, what was it? It was August, and now it's extended to September, I guess. So who knows how much longer it'll go.
Yeah, and with the increasing numbers, it doesn't look good right now.
No. And don't forget, our federal election is coming up.
Oh yeah, that's
what a perfect time. I was telling the guys in Boston last night about how how first off that we're able to call an election last Sunday, and it's going to happen on September the 20th, when the U.S. election campaign runs for a solid 4 years. From one, the next one starts the day after the previous one ended. It's ridiculous. And that whole complicated system of how they do it, where we're getting the whole thing done in 6 weeks or whatever. But the worst story of all, and I guess you've all heard it by now, but the 13 million pencils that we have ordered, one-use pencils to be used by voters in the voting booth because of COVID. Instead of having somebody stand there and clean off the pencils, everybody that goes to vote is going to get your own unique pencil to go and put your X on the ballot.
Well, with my recent trips to Service Canada here lately, the same with the pen. They give you a pen and you take it with you. So gotta collect. The in Eric, you're in Nova Scotia there, and I know you know more than the average about Canadian politics, but that was a bit of a shocker down there last couple of days ago, where the incumbent got crushed even though he had a lead in the polls.
I didn't hear about that. I have seen the signs up for the election. The riding that I'm in is a Liberal MP that is going for re-election. And I was at a mall over in Dartmouth, and I saw an Elections Canada truck, and I saw one section of the mall that was vacant. They had like screens up, and it looked like they were setting up the polling place already.
Well, they just had a provincial election there last week where Liberal leader who had a sizable lead in the polls got crushed. So
Yeah,
that was
it's
a
now a conservative province.
yeah, pretty unique. The polls are usually never that wrong.
Yeah, but in the recent elections, it seems that they are more and more off in their predictions. Starting to wonder if people are just lying.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're fed up with polling and all the rest of the stuff. I mean, you look what's going on here in Canada. I haven't followed it too much because I've been away, but it appears that the two parties, NDP and the Conservatives, they're conceding it already. They're just saying, this is all the negative things that Trudeau will bring. Well, it's not kind of the way to run an election, but whatever.
The other thing that pundits seem to indicate is that a lot of pollsters do telephone interviews, and the lack of people aren't having landline telephones and cell phones and other methods, and they're kind of missing a significant portion of the electorate by just doing telephone interviews.
Well, considering probably most of the electorate is older.
Yeah.
Hey, this is incredible. We actually are talking politics.
Well, Darlene asked me yesterday, she said, are we going to go to a polling station to actually vote, or are we going to do, like Richard just mentioned, a computer or mail-in ballot? Are we going to do that? Look at the stink that caused in the United States. But that's going to be an option here as well. So I don't know. I mean, it's the 20th of September is the vote. I have a terrible feeling that it's going to be a complete and utter waste of time, and that we're going to end up with the same results that we currently have with a minority government, and we're going to have spent all that time and money and effort for nothing.
What is the feeling in Quebec? Because what we heard here last night, I guess it was about Quebec, that the Bloc Québécois doesn't have the support that it did in the last election.
It's possible. I don't know. One thing with the timing of the election is that it's been done when we're pretty sure that the other parties don't have a lot of money to run a campaign. So that might have led to some of the timing on it as well. That he may be thinking that, well, this might be a time when they're just not going to have a lot of resources to get out there and campaign. So, but I don't know. I just kind of have a feeling that it might just end up exactly where we are right now.
That's why I said in a comment on your post the other day that law that requires elections at fixed dates should include minority governments. Just learn to get along for 4 years.
Yeah. Because a couple of months ago, they were going to vote of non-confidence. And it's politics, right?
Yeah.
They could have brought him down 6 months ago.
Yeah. They couldn't have. They needed that buffer period to try to raise, find candidates, get everything ready. Literally, he went and called the election on the Sunday. We were driving home that afternoon from a birding trip, and the signs were already up on the polls.
Oh yeah, well, no, there was no secret about it. I mean, there's absolutely no secret about that.
So
anyway, we'll see what happens. I'll be out of province, so I don't know. I'll have to try that mail thing, I guess.
That's right.
Or just say, F you guys all.
We got some more people coming in here. We'll say hello to Jim out in Hawaii. How you doing, Jim?
Oh, good morning, Sheldon. Good morning to the rest of the gang there. It's
Aloha.
about hello. It's about 8, coming up around 9 o'clock out here in Hawaii. I'm going to be a quick check in and check out because I got to have some heavy duty spraying. And you notice the jungle behind me. The bugs are out there, and I got to take care of the fire ants.
Oh my goodness!
I got my chlordane and I got all my heavy duty chemicals today, even though it's about 80 degrees. But I gotta. If you don't take care of the bugs, the jungle takes over you, and you don't have a house. You got termites and all kinds of problems. The termites are really flying this summer. It's a real pain in the ass.
Wow.
As you know, most of us have to tend our houses every 3 years over here.
Wow.
Or
Amazing.
else you don't have a house.
So it's not all paradise, is it?
Hey, nothing dries out. Everything is wet. You got to power wash everything, or the mildew just takes over. The mildew takes over. If you don't clean your windowsills every 5 days, here come all the droppings from the bugs and everything else in the house. This is paradise. And you better lubricate your door latches too, otherwise your rust is going to set in, even on your vehicles. Paradise.
Amazing, amazing.
So anyway, folks, just a quick check-in and check-out. I got a 73. You folks. I know you guys are busy on way back there in Canada and all that good stuff. Enjoy. Don't come see us in Hawaii. We got a COVID lockdown going on right now. This Delta is really whacking us heavy over here. So,
well, God bless you, Jim. Take care of yourself, dear. Stay safe.
Yeah, that's right. Because even the library had to shut down.
Oh, Jesus!
Wow.
And 2 of the Starbucks restaurants had to shut down. They got sick. So it's kind of crazy. And on an island of 200,000, our medical facilities are limited.
Wow.
Okay, aloha, folks. We'll see you.
Well,
in
aloha.
73.
Keep laughing there, Jim.
Yeah.
Don't lose that great laugh of yours, buddy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care.
Aloha.
Okay, and we go out to dinosaur country. Nigel, how you doing?
Afternoon there. Yeah, real good here. Thanks. When you mentioned dinosaur country, we just actually got back from a vacation. Part of it went through Drumheller, so we had to explore that area too again. So yeah, it's all good out here. So glad I can make it. It's kind of a busy day, so I'm probably going to be in and out of here, but wanted to make an appearance anyway. So
very good. Yeah, we in the Montreal Gazette today, and it might be syndicated in different newspapers today. There's an article highlighting all the tourist locations for people that are into fossils and dinosaurs and all that sort of stuff. So they've got a full 2-page spread about all the different locations across the country that you can go to that have fossil museums, parks, excavation sites that are ongoing. So it's really neat. And of course, Drumheller's mentioned in there. So I saw that article this morning in our newspaper here. So I didn't realize we had that many of these sites all across the country. It's pretty impressive. So that article might be in some other newspapers across the country today, I think.
What's a newspaper?
We still support our local Montreal Gazette. We get the hard copy.
Yeah, and it amazes me when I'm down there how small it is.
It is, yeah, it's very small now, particularly the weekday editions, Monday especially. I have a friend that works for the Gazette, and we used to get a Sunday Gazette too, and that was like, one section or something. They cut that out a couple of years ago. And the Monday paper is extremely thin. The only reason we have it and continue to have it is they have an auto section on Mondays, and it's like loaded with big advertisement from auto dealers and stuff. And that's apparently the only thing that keeps the Monday paper going. Otherwise, it's on shaky ground for the Montreal Gazette, which is kind of sad. But so yeah, we keep the subscription for the home delivery for the hard copy, and we check it out. I read it usually every morning. I don't read it in depth. Darlene does it more than I do, but I like flipping through, and certain things I like reading. We pull the crossword puzzles out every day, and yeah. So yeah, we do support it, and I think the French papers do fairly well. There's 3 of them. Did one of them stop printing hard copy? Was it Devoir?
Le Devoir, yeah.
Yeah, Devoir stopped, but Journal de Montréal is the big tabloid style paper, and the La Presse is the conventional one. Those 2 are still pretty healthy, I think.
La Presse is really pushing hard for electronic stuff with an app, a dedicated app, and everything. I think they're. I wouldn't be surprised at some point soon they're going to say, you know what, we're going all electronic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got the journal, an ASWA journal. I hadn't renewed, but he keeps sending it to me. But it's pretty thin. Like it's really don't know what's going on there. He actually put Barto's column in saying that it'll do it every 4 months, but because he hasn't had a column from, well, he has zero electronic capability, so
right.
somebody's gonna kind of put it together for him.
Yeah, it's we got approached. I was talking to Gilles about this last night. We've been approached by whoever is behind this Texas radio shortwave operation, and they want to do a special program focusing on the remaining clubs that were members of Anarch.
Right.
And so they contacted us, and they're also contacting Gilles about his YouTube channel and International Radio Report, and they seem to want to do some special sort of deal.
Yeah.
So we're not quite sure who's behind all of that. We have some theories, but
if one were to know such thing.
Exactly. But yeah, they want to do something. I don't know when exactly they want to do this, but anyways, we have to get in touch with them and sort of see what it is that they're looking for.
They're always looking for content, so I share content with them.
Yeah. Anyways, they did approach us on that, so we'll have to get back to them.
It was in that. See if I can find it here quickly. Nothing's happening quickly right now.
Just going to do our little head count here as to how many people we've had in and out so far. 1, 2, 3. Looks like only 12 so far that have either are with us now or have checked in and stepped out. So a little quiet today. I was hoping we might see a few more, but
here's a little shot of it. It says Captain Rick, Texas Radio Gmail.
Yep.
So he's talking about creating the shortwave clubs in Europe and North America. So that must have been what that was all about.
Okay. They plan to say hi to NASWA members September program, special EQSLs. Okay. Yeah, and they're doing all these relays. They sent us the schedule for September, October, November, December or something of all these relays of Euro pirates and stuff they're going to be doing. So that's going to be going on for the next few months as well. So we'll talk about that. We also got from the Boston guys last night. We'll be mentioning it in the September issue and on the radio program. WBZ, the Clear Channel Boston station on 1030 kilohertz, is celebrating 100 years, and they're going to have some special activities, some special programming, and they're also going to have a ham radio station operating during the celebrations. And I think John's club there, the Bill Ricca Amateur Radio Group, is involved in that. So we'll be. I think Eric, are you involved in that operation at all?
I've heard about it. I know some of the bars guys, but I don't belong.
Okay.
But yeah, they're trying to set up a special event, and also, as they mentioned, there's going to be an interview on WBZ with the historian on the Saturday.
Right.
And yeah, I remember listening to that years ago. Their slogan for a long time, I don't know if they still use it. It was the spirit of 103 WBZ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get that information out to everybody because they will be doing a number of special things for that. So 100 years is pretty special. So
sure, every AM DXer has that QSL.
Yeah, yeah. I think they said that heard in 40 states or something. I think they used to say on the air as well.
Many provinces, yeah, pretty.
38 states. Larry Glick used to say 38 states and Canada.
Very good.
I think they also got some reports from over in Europe occasionally as well.
Yeah.
Because it was interesting. Last year, I saw a YouTube video of a guy over in Europe that actually listened to was able to pick up 1650 up in Montreal there, which was amazing. And it was almost armchair copy.
Yeah, these guys up in Finland and Norway and Sweden and places like that. They've got these DX locations, permanent locations that are up, up near the Arctic Circle, actually, in some cases, and they pick up just some remarkable stuff up there, and they get a lot of exposure to articles written about some of the stations they've picked up. I've actually got in touch with them and interviewed them and how they pick up their stations so far away and that sort of thing.
Hey, Nigel, you've been interviewed, have you not?
Yes, the odd time I have been, yeah.
Yeah, some of the was it the Australians, I think, that they got in touch with you or something?
I have been on, I guess, a couple of Australian stations, yeah, and a few American ones.
Okay.
Have you, I guess it's getting to that time in August that Benin should be audible. Any luck lately?
Well, like I said, I've been on vacation for the last 2 weeks and a bit, so I haven't been at the dials, but even before that, they were pretty good carrier most nights, and traces of audio once in a while, but nothing to write home about.
Yeah. Okay.
And what frequency is that?
1566.
1566, okay.
Yes, you have another transmitter on 1476, but I haven't been quite as successful with that one yet. But, no reason it shouldn't be.
Yeah. One of the fellows out here in Steve, which is he's central southern Alberta, and he's been getting Benin in the springtime. It was every night for him. He's got a good setup there, but.
Yeah, that's one we'll have to that winter months, that should make it to us, I would think. Possibility, because we do hear some of the Africans when conditions are right on those short, December days, December into early January, where we do get some transatlantic penetrating inland to us here. But 1566, the Benin is not one of them that I've ever heard.
It's like August and June, I guess. We got the gray line around there, around the sign on at 404, is it?
Yeah, for whatever reason, the winter has not been favorable in this part of the world for Benin. It comes in better, like Mick says, sort of June to August.
Wow, that's
September.
neat.
It's kind of one of those weird things, but yeah.
What path do you think that's taking?
That's a good question. I mean, it's certainly there's still a good darkness path because it's a fairly southerly route from here to Benin, so it's not really affected by the the daylight up north. But so maybe that it gets more of the twilight en route than other times of the year. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's neat. That'd be interesting to look at.
It's Transworld Radio, is what it is. So you even get some English on there too.
Neat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if 1566 is ringing a bell with me for some reason, that I've had something there, I think, over the years. Let me see if I can quickly find my list here. See what I might have got there in the past. It hasn't been good for transatlantic stuff for us over the last few years. I guess that's solar conditions too affecting it. But I know in the past we've had some, is this the list I'm looking for? Yes.
Stations going off the air.
Well, yeah, that too. But where's let me see.
Yeah, you see a lot of regular Germans and French we'd hear, of course, aren't there anymore.
1566 sounds familiar to me for some reason, so now you piqued my interest here. I gotta go look and see what I can find. Where's that frequency? 15. I'll have it on there. Somewhere here I have it documented. I'll have to find
Okay,
it.
my phone's getting real hot out here in the sun, so I'm gonna let you guys go. Like 30 some odd degrees out here.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 100 degrees in the sun, so my phone's getting cooked. I'm gonna put it away. Well, nice to see everybody. Happy rest of your barbecue.
All
I'm
right.
gonna go
Thank
jump
you,
in the lake.
Janice.
How long are you up there?
Coming back tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go jump in the lake and cool off.
All right. Sounds good.
Ciao, ciao.
Enjoy.
Easy. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my medium wave list here. Where is it? Man, oh man. Told you it was a mess in here. This might be it.
So I take it you haven't painted the walls then?
Are you kidding? Why would I do that?
Well, I thought that was the plan last time I was there.
Well, you know what happens to plans. Eh? Life gets in the way.
When I talked to Sheldon about me painting here, he says, "Shh, don't say it too loud." To me.
We actually have somebody coming in to do the master bedroom next week, so I'm going to close the door here when he's here. Yeah, it's an old neighbor who were 1566. Here it is. The only thing I've heard there is Tunisia.
Okay.
That would have been a long time ago, but there was an RTV Tunisienne on that frequency. I don't know if they're still there. But yeah, we've had over the years had pretty good success with transatlantic stuff here. I remember a couple years where some of that probably the most memorable one was that 1314 frequency out of Norway, which I think is off now.
That was a regular here.
Oh man, that one here in Montreal in the winter was. I remember when I had my store, I had a GE Super Radio standing on the counter one night in, I think it was December or something. And I had it tuned to 1314, and Norway was just blaring in. People were walking in saying, "What's that?" I'm saying, "Oh, it's the radio's picking up Norway on AM." And they're going, "Yeah, right, sure." I said, "Well, that's what happens when the conditions are right." But yeah, that was pretty neat. That was a big powerhouse station.
Yeah, I could hear it. I remember going to, I think it was the radio festival that you had done downtown, and I was with the members of the Club on Côte du Québec, the COCQ, yep. And they were like, "You're really hearing Norway?" It's like, well, it's an easy one actually. You should be hearing it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more successful tuning long wave, but about the only station I regularly hear on medium wave is Mauritania, and I think I picked up Algeria once or twice. I should this fall try put a little bit more effort into listening down there, because I have with the R8600, I can see the carriers in between the U.S. stations, which allow, and I can also do the the tuning such to put it in the right sideband to listen to that stuff.
Yeah, just doing a quick check here. I have 45 countries on medium wave, not counting Canada and the US. So that's Caribbean, South America, Central America, Africa, and Europe. So that's, being where we are and the noise levels and stuff, it hasn't happened for a long time, but, it's an indication of, what can get in here when conditions are right. And
yeah. Here's a little clip of, I'll just play it first.
En volgens het Duitse weekblad Der Spiegel neemt kabelbedrijf UPC voor ongeveer 3,3 miljard gulden het Duitse kabelnetwerk Gele Columbus over. Van Deutsche Bank. Vorig jaar mei schreef UPC naast zijn Duitse branchegenoot. De overname zou een uitvloeisel zijn van een rechtszaak die UPC tegen Deutsche Bank had aangespannen voor het gerechtshof in Londen. Op deze tot over het nieuws.
Business News Radio.
Did you catch that ID?
No.
Business News Radio.
Oh my.
In Dutch, right?
Okay.
Nigel is listening to that next to me. We're on the same frequency. And I'm going, I know Dutch because I listen to Radio Netherlands, right? I'm not hearing it. And Nigel's like getting that signal, right? It took a couple of weeks to figure it out. I was listening to, I think it was Albania or one of the other Eastern European countries on a different beverage on the same frequency at the same time.
Wow.
That night was, you want to talk about kids in a candy store, man. We were just, this is pre-Perseus and all that stuff. We were tape recording everything and recordings were going all over the place. And God, we were jumping around. It was one of the nicest TAs that we had in Lamont with all the beverage attendants. It was.
That's where you can imagine now, that if you had the SDRs at that time,
we'd still be going over the stuff.
Yeah. Things that you missed that you probably logged, could have logged that you just couldn't get to them all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean that was, I never forget that because I'm going like, this isn't Dutch. And it took us a couple of weeks to get all our recordings all settled out, and then he sends me that. I'm going, okay, that's Dutch. What the hell am I listening to?
Right. Amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Sheldon, have you had your loop through the winter yet? Have you tried it on medium wave?
Yeah, it made it through the winter okay. I tried it. Wasn't great. I'm noticing, as I was saying to Gilles, that it's definitely not outperforming. Well, I think it's a combination between the antenna and the SDR, the loop antenna, the MLA30 and the SDR versus the Kenwood and the long wire. There's a definite difference in level of performance, that's for sure. So loop wise on medium wave, my best results are still with my internal loop here with this big monster beside me here, which you can, I don't want to move the computer because the speaker wire gets all crackly and stuff. But yeah, the big loop behind me back over there works best with my Sony 6800 for medium wave. So the MLA30, maybe if I could, if it was possible to move it, to rotate it or whatever, it might do better.
That's probably the difference. You probably, the one you have in your room, you can actually rotate it to get the better signal. I have the same problem here with the MLA30 because it's fixed. I can't turn it. So every time something pops up and you got a DX medium wave, I just pick up a good portable radio and use the internal ferrite.
Yeah.
Well,
the beacons too. When we were listening to them the other night, I started on the SDR with the loop, and then I could pick up some, but then I went to the Kenwood with the long wire, and I logged more than double the amount of stations with the Kenwood. So the loop doesn't do all that well, below certain frequencies. So
what I noticed, and it's the fact that I have the filter on my W6 LVP loop that prevents me from testing it, but I start seeing below about 3 megahertz, I start seeing that the W6 LVP outperforms the MLA-30. So I suspect the MLA-30 has kind of this drop off as you go down into the medium wave band, and is not that great. It's not zero, but it's not that great. I would have been curious to see the W6LVP actually, because it seems to be pretty good. And when I listen to the 160 meter band, for example, the hams that I listen to are stronger on the W6LVP. So I suspect the MLA-30 might not be the best for long wave, medium wave performance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would expect that because of the size of the loop. It's really for higher frequencies because it's smaller diameter.
We have Ross joining us from his backyard, it looks like. Ross, how are you doing? Oops. He's frozen.
Do I have audio?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we hear you.
Hear me now? Doing well. Hope you're doing well, everyone. Well,
You're chopping up quite badly, unfortunately. Sounds like you're echoing onto yourself too. You seem to have lost him. Maybe his backyard. Having some issues there.
Yep.
No. Okay, well, we'll try you again, Rich. Ross. When you may be in a bad spot or out of range on your Wi-Fi there. Okay.
I have 1 o'clock I have to get to, so I'll duck out for a little bit, but hopefully I should be back before long.
Okay, no problem. We may be here, we may not. We'll see how things go, but good to have you in there.
Yep. Take care.
So, thanks.
All right. I didn't mark Nigel on my list, so I will do that. Yeah, good to keep track of how many people we get, whatever. So, Chris Lobdell said he would probably be in a bit later, so we might hear from him. And John Fisher was going over to his parents' place. Him and his brother were going to try to secure a bunch of stuff around his parents' place, because if that wind and rain comes into their area that they're possibly getting, there might be some things flying around the neighborhood. So he was going to go over there and help tie a few things down, and then he said he would be back. So Gilles, when are you planning on getting back to live shows?
This coming Wednesday.
This coming Wednesday, okay.
Yeah, I have to. I mean, even if things are not going the way I want it, I got to come back at some point. So I'm gonna start and try to do my best with what I have right now.
Okay.
You can do an outdoor show.
Yeah, well, not at this temperature, but
no.
Well, better than the alternate.
But if temperatures do get a little cooler, yeah, it's fun to do the shows outdoor. I haven't done one this year yet on the front balcony, so I should do one there. And I do need to find my cable, because when I do it from the backyard, I have this 100 feet length of Ethernet cable to make sure that I have a good connection for the show.
Right.
So anyways, we're going to start on Wednesday, and we're going to come back to the regular schedules Wednesday, Saturday.
I thought after we should have mentioned that for this week's show, which I didn't think of at the time. I thought of it this morning, actually, and I thought, man, I know you were planning on coming back soon, but I wasn't exactly sure when. So
I feel the pressure. More and more people around are just like, when are you coming back?
Yeah, well, those people, they live for it. You know. So
they miss Paul the cat.
Yeah,
that's probably it.
Mostly.
Yeah. Paul's agent is asking for him to get more exposure again. So
it's so funny because we're getting. So yesterday I was out at a house because there's a couple of apartments that have bed bugs here, so they're spraying everything. So I have to spend some time every 2 weeks lately outside, And yesterday, of course, was one of those days. So I was outside in the backyard, and my downstairs neighbor, she has 2 cats, but they're house cats, and she can't, leave them out. And she looked in the backyard and she said, "You know what? You're so lucky. You go outside in the back, you sit with your stuff, and Paul the cat just follows you and gets on a chair next to you in the backyard and just sleeps there, and he's happy." I wish my cats were like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be difficult for, if you have to leave the house for those reasons and you've got an animal, cats, indoor cats. You either got to put them in a carrier or something, take them outside. And so, yeah, it's disruptive for sure. Never mind how disruptive it is for what you've been going through for the last little while.
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
my
they get
friend.
that. Sorry.
Yeah, my friend actually walks their cats, their indoor cats, but has a leash and a harness and actually walks them occasionally. So your downstairs neighbor, if she could get a harness and leashes, could keep her, bring the cats outside on a leash.
Well, she got her cats. One of her cats is like a tiger. It's like if you try to put a leash or anything, he really turns into a ferocious monster. So she's going crazy. She actually had to have a shot because he bit her so bad that it was getting infected. It was like, whoa, okay, your cat is really, really bad. Because, the cat gets scared. But Paul the cat, actually, one of the funniest thing is it's because there's, in the city, I don't want it because there's cars and traffic and everything. But I tell you, when he's outside, I have to actually lure him inside with treats because if I go in the street, he follows me, and I believe he would just follow me wherever I go. And it's like, no, okay, you're in a big city, not a good idea. Okay, I'm going to bring you inside.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we'll be back with the live shows. We're going to, of course, talk about radio once again. I'm looking at what I could do in the backyard. I was actually, I've been a few times in the backyard. My W6 LVP loop is like, about a feet away from the Bell cables. And it doesn't perform very well in the backyard. Not as good as it was in the front. But when I started going downstairs in the backyard with the portables, I noticed that downstairs, when I'm like at ground level, I seem to have less noise in my portable radios than I do when I'm up on the balcony. And so I started having this crazy idea of purchasing some long enough cable and put the W6 LVP loop on the fence in the backyard, like really as far away in the middle of the 2 houses here. So there's an apartment building here, there's the apartment building in the back. And I was thinking that maybe it would actually perform better like that. So we're going to see. And talking about Paul. You guys can see him because of my background.
Happened to Jill?
He's getting the cat.
Oh, okay. We got Ross coming back in here. Let me get him in.
There's Mr. Paul.
There he is.
And these are all the boxes and everything that's pretty much waiting to be set up.
Call after.
I have this device, which is another antenna that one of our club members who lives not too far from here gave to me. He's not using it. It's the Clifton Labs antenna. And I have to put it up outside, which I have not done yet. It comes with a little box here. Clifton Labs DC power coupler, which is this little box here. And this is the antenna. You see it's got a whip on it. So it has a bracket to mount it. It's all ready to go. I just haven't got around to putting it up yet. But this will be to compare against the MLA 30 to see how this one performs. So I want to get this.
Is that similar to the Sony AN1 active antenna?
I guess so, something like that. I looked it up online. I'm forgetting the model number of it now. But if you look up Clifton Labs, it has, like, it's got no number, no name or anything on the antenna itself. The only thing that says Clifton Labs is that is the little box they give you, which has receiver, active antenna, ground connection, and I've got an AC power supply for it. So yeah, that's it. It does say, I do have the model number, and I printed a manual for it somewhere. I can't remember the model number of it now. But yeah, it's, I would imagine it's on the same principle as what that AN1 was that Sony had.
Yeah, I got one of those, and that thing, when, you know, I was camping, and that thing is amazing.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
So we'll give this a shot. I've had it here for quite a while, actually, but I've got to get around to get my act together and get it installed.
What I did with the active antenna is add, you know, 50 or 30 feet of wire just out in the bush when I was camping, and it worked so well.
Oh yeah, I have a bunch of antenna projects as well. I think the guy behind Clifton Labs unfortunately died a couple of years ago, and I think it's DX Engineering picked up on some of their stuff. I have a medium wave band reject filter that I take down to the fest that he made, and it works very good, of course, because you have Roxborough across the way there pumping out AM, and it really kills a lot of the receivers in the listening lounge. But yeah, give it a try. It probably works reasonably well. I've seen some plans.
Yeah, it's called the Z1501. What
the hell's a Z?
A Z. It's one of those Zs that we have to. Here you go. Just hang on here 2 seconds. Let me go to the screen share here for a second. Okay, this is the device. It's a 59-page long assembly and operational manual. So you see the box there with the revised September 8th, 2010. So trademark, let me get to here, safety, assembly, danger, watch for wires. You can be killed if this antenna comes near electric power lines. I may also get killed by trying to put this out up in the backyard. Not from power lines, but if you know what I mean. Yeah. If one were to know these things. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty detailed manual here, but let's get to the nuts and bolts here.
You could always try disguising it as a bird feeder.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not allowed in South Shore there. Didn't have trouble?
Oh no, we're okay. There's certain parts of the area where they don't want people putting them up, but we're okay where we are.
I've never had any warnings here, but in Montreal there is an actual regulation that says that antennas should not be seen from the street.
Okay.
And that's all the people that complain about it have their cell phones in their hands.
Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the back of the little box that I showed you, with the receiver, active antenna, ground, and TX PWR control. I'm not sure what that does. I need you techie guys to explain all that to me.
That probably shuts it down if you're running it with a transmitter nearby.
Ah, okay. Okay. Let me see. I don't think there's. Well, that's what it looks like.
Detailed, wasn't he?
Yeah, this is crazy. This manual is like, just show me where I need to, or look at the installation and the whole works. So yeah, I got to find, yeah, I'm going to do concrete and gravel and all that stuff. Yeah, watch me. There you go. Just give them radio room. I like that. I might, if I put another antenna, I might be living in a little radio room like that in the backyard somewhere down at the back corner. Well, look at that, the whole schematic and everything. Yeah, it's a really detailed. I mean, the guy, this was obviously some sort of labor of love, I guess, for the guy that did all this stuff.
Man, with that kind of manual, it must perform okay.
Yeah, I'm curious. Look, I mean, he's got every part listed and how many of each and the whole works. I mean, the manual's crazy. It's very, very detailed. And I've got the guy brought me all the stuff. He said, here, you do something with it. I can't do. I think he's living in a condo now. And yeah, look, I mean, he's got so much detail in here. All I need to know is find a place to put it up and where to hook it up to the radio, and we'll see what it does. Yep. So anyways, that's what the model is. So I've had it here, unfortunately, longer than anticipated before I've done anything with it. But I need to find a location where it's not, because of the length of the whip on it, I don't want it too close to the hydro lines coming in and what have you. So anyways, we'll want to get it up before the maybe in the fall, and have it for over the winter. I've been very impressed with the durability, though, on the MLA 30. I mean, it's gone through, wasn't a super severe winter, but it was, there were some ice storms and what have you, and it's held up perfectly. There's no damage of any sort that I can see. The wires, everything's intact.
Mine's been up for 3 winters now.
Yeah.
Where's Drake? No problem. Actually, what the first thing that struck me is that the cheap MLA 30 comes with just, it's already sealed, just put it up. And then you get a very expensive W6 LVP loop that actually gives you tape and tells you, well, you should seal this part and that part and that part. And I'm like, okay, shouldn't it be already sealed for me?
Oh my, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at, see that on the right there, that's a ground rod, right?
Yeah.
And then you go up, follow the wire, and there's a lightning arrestor. It used to have a glass bulb over it. That is what I had. That's the house back in Brandon. That was what I had in the 70s.
Wow.
Still there. The antenna's still up, but there's so much noise, man. But I thought, well, I better take some pictures before it all goes away. But yeah, that's how we set things up and listened to all those stations back in the 72, 73, man. It was so quiet there.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a ground rod from back in the day.
Okay,
I don't know anybody grounds long wires today.
I'm going to go to Ross because looks like he moved inside and came back with us. So maybe now we're going to get a clearer signal from you, Ross. Go ahead, try it.
Hi, Sheldon. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now you're good. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I usually it's funny, usually outside for work meetings, of course, everything works perfectly. But for this meeting, it seemed like I had a glitch. So I did come into the breezeway, and hope you and everyone are well.
Yeah, we're doing okay. Everybody's good. So we've had people coming in and out. A few of the Boston guys were in earlier, and some are supposed to be coming back. And so yeah, it's been a good, not a big turnout today, but had a good turnout at the Boston, the BADX meeting last night too online. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I missed that, unfortunately. But I got to tell you a funny little story. If anyone is a real, I'll put it, say the polite term, a QSL hound, which I consider myself to be. I haven't done too much hobby-wise this year, particularly not, sending reports or anything. The end of last year I was pretty active. This week I had 2 QSLs. One from back in November was WHJJ 920 in Providence, Rhode Island. They came through and just out of the blue, I had forgotten about it. Then I had Radio Liberty. They said it was the Biblis Germany transmitter, but I seem to recall when I sent the report, I had read it was from another site, but it was still nice. And that was something I heard, I think, Christmas morning, actually. So after about 8 months, 2 QSLs in a week. So, you know, kind of reminds you of why you do this to begin with. You know, you get a little surprise on down the road.
Send that information to your QSL editor of CIDX because things are a little thin this month.
There you go.
I promise I will, Mickey. In fact, I will try my best to do that tonight.
But now Radio Liberty, which is also, is that part of the Free Europe and that, where did you send that report to?
Well, at first, I forget the first address. I think I sent it to a DC address. And then about a day or so later, I was kind of looking for information, and I found it might have been a better idea, which it was, to send it to the Czech Republic address in Prague.
Right.
And I can include that when I send you my information, the address, in case anyone else wants it, because you know, they generally historically have been a good verifier and continue to be. I know it took them a little while, but that's not unusual with these things. But it was the Prague address did the trick.
I think I sent a follow-up, it was, but with this COVID and everything like that, oh yeah, that was October 2019, so that was to the Czech Republic address for FARDA, but hadn't heard back, so that was a long time ago. Hey, you never know, things do come out of the blue like that.
Yeah, it was a nice surprise because, like I said, I've been not too active this year, and it kind of sparked a little interest to get going again. You know, as summerish as it is now, hopefully in another 4 to 6 weeks, the conditions might start improving, and you know, be a little more incentive to get on the bands and see what's going on.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're only got a couple of 10 days away from the unofficial DX season.
Yeah, that's true. I remember the days when Monitoring Times and Popcom used to have on the cover something like "It's September, let the DXing begin," or some triumphant sort of title, which I always found amusing. But it's generally a pretty good marker for when conditions start improving.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot to do with lightning and that. You know, that's something. Even though and I don't know what it's like in Medicine Hat, but I mean, it hasn't pissed a drop here. So, lightning is something where you just haven't had this summer. It's just unreal.
Yeah, plenty of rain here. In fact, it seems like we've had more rain than anything, but not too much lightning. I think we had one good lightning storm, and other than that, it's been just rain or heavy rain.
Right. I can only remember the one lightning storm overnight, but no, it's so dry out here in the West, man, that the guys are selling their cattle because they can't get feed for them. And I guess Nova Scotia is going to send a bunch of feed out here, a bunch of hay out here. But it's been unbelievably dry here in the West.
I guess now, are there any fires near you guys? Because I understand that whole Western North America it seems like
we're on fire. We're on fire, and this is one of the clearer days. Normally, you know, it gets smoky. The other night I was in Manitoba, and it was this, you know, so right in the middle of the sky at midnight, and it was orange. It was like a harvest moon coming up through the atmosphere when it rises. You know, not in the middle of the sky. So yeah, it's been. I don't know what it's been like in Medicine Hat for smoke, but boy, we've had enough here.
Yeah, we've had some smoke actually from all the way out west here, and I know one time they said there were fires burning. I want to say it was northern Ontario because I was surprised at how far east it was, but that's not totally unusual. But when we get the smoke, you know, and the haze out from the west coast, that's kind of a mind blower, not in the good way, certainly.
Yeah, no, I seen that. Like North America's been under a lot of pressure this summer and Northern Ontario, Manitoba, just east of Edmonton here, and then all of BC is just unbelievable. It's just
Well, we'll gladly trade you a lot of our rain because it's been nothing but rain here this summer. It's just been kind of rained out summer for the most part. I'm sure Eric would agree because he's seen the same thing.
I got back here after being away for a month, and boy, my zucchinis were so happy when I watered them and there's not very many. It is bone dry here, man.
Oh man!
Like, how are the snakes in Medicine Hat?
Sure, they're doing okay. Can't say I've seen too many this year, but yeah, it's been just as dry as you guys have. In fact, we haven't had any thunderstorms at all this summer. I've never seen that before, and all the time I've been here. So.
Yeah, that's pretty strange, isn't it? Like normally we get something triggering it, but yeah, nothing. Wow.
Yeah, it's been pretty calm weather-wise in Quebec. It's mainly the heat more than anything. But we haven't seen, there's generally forest fires up in northern Quebec and northern Ontario, but we haven't seen the smoke or anything from those ones. I mean, they're not anywhere near as severe as what you guys are having at West, that's for sure. But for smoke to get across the Rockies and all the way from the West Coast into to you guys in Massachusetts is pretty wild.
Once it gets up in that jet stream, boy.
Yeah.
And I mean, here you can see across the street. You could see, and then at one time before I left my trip, there was fires in Saskatchewan and in BC. The smoke was coming from both directions. You could actually see it. It was crazy stuff.
Brian, you're out on the coast, so everything is east of you, Brian?
Yes, I'm on Vancouver Island, so just about everything in this country is to the east of here.
Okay.
And
so you don't get any of the effects of it at all where you are?
Well, actually, yes. Back during I think it was the second heat wave not that long ago, we had smoke. It wasn't orange the way it was last year, the year before, but just looking out the window, I couldn't see nearly as far as normal. And right now, I think, like this island normally doesn't get the forest fires that they get in the interior of the province, but we had a small one kind of way out west of here. Well, west on the 1% of the country west of here, maybe 2-hour drive along the coast. And now there's a forest fire. It's about 70 hectares, I think. So it's a relatively small one. It's about an hour and a half drive from here. But right now we're not seeing any smoke around here at this time. But dry, very dry, as high as the scale goes for drought on this island.
Yeah, you don't want anybody going camping and starting campfires.
Yeah. We're well-known guy that you guys might know of, Harold Sellers. He's in Salmon Arm, BC, and he was showing pictures on his Facebook page like they were on the verge of let's get the hell out of here. So it's not so good.
Actually, we drove through Salmon Arm and you see the smoke on the mountain behind there. So
yeah, he was showing like a last year picture and a right now picture, and it wasn't good.
They were talking about how some of those fires is almost they're almost going to have to wait until winter arrives for that to go away.
So yeah, apparently it was raining or going to rain in central BC or tomorrow or something, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Where did you just do a little loop of BC there, Nigel?
We did, but a fairly large one because we went up to Edmonton and across to Jasper and then through the Kamloops, Abbotsford, and then back on the southern end. So
okay.
So we saw a share of smoke here and there, definitely.
Yeah.
But some places are actually better than Medicine Hat. So you never know. It depends on the wind.
Yeah, all that wind coming from Lethbridge.
pretty scary stuff. It's, you know, something we're not familiar with at all here. I mean, I was talking to a neighbor down the street the other day, walking the dog, stopped by his place, and we were talking, and that's what we were saying. You know, we don't, we're lucky where we are here. We don't get anything. You know, like we very seldom. I mean, there's been a very rare instances of, you know, some flooding. I mean, we get some spring flooding on certain parts of Montreal Island, but, you know, I mean, it's bad for the people that live there, but it's not a widespread thing. And the forest fires, I mean, they're usually quite far north. We don't seem to get much effect from them when they happen. And, you know, as far as all the other stuff, you know, we don't get tornadoes. Little spots here and there maybe pop up, but, you know, there's none of this sort of natural disaster stuff that happens around here. So you get a snowstorm in the winter, or you get, you know, a hot, humid period like we got now. You know, you can live with that stuff. They're not going to evacuate us because of that sort of stuff. But living in areas where people are sitting, you know, waiting for that call to come and say, you know, you got to get out of here. It's hard to even fathom that sort of thing. And seeing some of those towns that were just wiped out, it's mind-boggling to see that. And, you know, how you deal with that is just beyond me. It's got to be just so devastating.
And it's interesting to see all the effects also from, like, you know, fires that are so far away that seem to be almost in another planet for people that are so far away. But then you get hit by the smoke. Here in Quebec, we didn't have the ground smog from it, but we did have the high smoke that was blocking the sun. Or, you know, when the sun looks weird, it has a distinct color when it's smoke that's blocking it rather than clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it drops the temperature down. Like we've blasted through a record this year of number of days that were over 30 degrees Celsius. And there was days, you know, they were talking 35 and then it would only get up to 29 because of the smoke. And it was just crazy. I remember the last time we had a lot of fires in BC, maybe 3-4 years ago now. I was down in Montreal and I was sitting at the airport, you know, coming back, and the guy at the bar there was talking about, you know, I said I'm from Alberta, and he says, yeah, about these fires and that, because he was saying, like, they just don't get that down there. They just don't get smoke and stuff like that. And God, all of Western Canada, you couldn't see anything. It's just weird.
Yeah.
You know, we like the heat, we like a hot summer, but boy, every time it gets hot here, it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not a good. At least last year, you know, it got hot, but then we'd get rain every day for an hour or less, but at least it was consistent. But this year, it's just, you know, just unbelievable dry.
Yeah, Janice last night on the BADX meeting, we got towards the end, we were talking a little bit about, of course, she's got that connection, having worked and lived in Haiti for a while.
Oh yeah.
And we started talking about, you know, what they're going through again now. It's just, it's one thing after another everywhere. There's, you know, there's stuff everywhere all over the planet on top of COVID, you know, which is, again, that was something else we were talking about too. You know, we're watching all this stuff from Afghanistan and all, you know, everything that's going on, and these hordes of people, you know, trying to get to the airports and all. There's not one mention of COVID, of, you know, what's the COVID situation in Afghanistan? Like, it's like, you know, it's down on the priority list right now, I guess, because you got Taliban running around the streets. Yeah. It's so weird. You know, there's many places around the planet, like Haiti. I mean, you know, the healthcare system is basically non-existent to begin with. What's happening with Haiti as far as COVID? We don't hear these things, you know, it doesn't even get mentioned.
No, you got to wonder, like, why Haiti? Is it on some sort of fault line that is getting hit? Because you didn't hear anything about the DR.
They're on the same island.
Yeah, but actually there was a article in the newspaper a week ago, because people were talking about that. It's like, what, the earthquake in Haiti? And actually, in the last 200 years, Port-au-Prince was destroyed at least two times by earthquakes. It seems that they are on one of those faults that is a major fault.
Yeah. Because you never hear about the Dominican Republic, and it's weird. Yeah, there was a small earthquake in Manitoba when I was there. We didn't feel it in Brandon, but I mean, I guess it happened everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was I don't know how many of you might get these reports of earthquakes. The geophysics lab or something that sends them out. If you subscribe, you get a list. Anytime an earthquake happens anywhere on the planet, you get an email and it tells you about it. And last week, I got up in the morning, I opened an email, and there were like 10 reports, and they were all from the South Sandwich Islands down off of South America.
Right.
And it was just like one after another was hitting. And I thought, well, the only people getting shaken up are the penguins. There was like nothing there, but these reports were coming in like crazy. I imagine if there was anything there, man, it would have got broken down to rubble, I'm sure, because they were pretty strong ones. They were putting out tsunami warnings at first, but nothing materialized. But it was just phenomenal how many they were getting in a row. It was just nuts.
Tsunami of penguins.
Yeah, they're out surfing on the waves, going across. So, you start finding them in places where you didn't normally find them.
It's like every time you talk to somebody in California, you're like, well, we got a 3.2 earthquake in Montreal. Everybody's talking about it. It's like, yeah, you guys must be laughing your head off.
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend lives in California in Cupertino, and he said, half the time he's driving on the freeways, you don't even notice it. Just,
Well, when you get these reports, U.S. Geological Survey, I think it is, that sends them out. You subscribe to them and you get these notices. It's phenomenal how many there are on the planet. Almost every day you get at least one or two of them come in. Many of them are in the middle of nowhere, and they're so deep that there's no effect from them. But it's really amazing just how much stuff is going on out there that otherwise you wouldn't even be aware of it.
You got to wonder about you take the Rocky Mountains and how rugged they are, and new compared to other mountains, and the pressure on the plates there. Like sooner or later something's got to give.
Yep.
That Yellowstone Park that's like rising, I don't know how many centimeters every year because of the pressure underneath, and you're like, whoa, this is crazy.
There was one report last night of pouring rain on the ice shield off of Greenland.
I saw that's something too. A friend of mine from Singapore phoned me the other day, and she was saying how the government there are really concerned about that warming, because they're an island and they're doing something right now to try to protect that island.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's Tonga that they're going to evacuate pretty soon, and then in a short period of time, number of years, because it's going to go under.
Yeah, one of the South Pacific islands.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Tonga.
I think Kiribati as well, Sheldon.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's got to be pretty scary stuff too.
Where was that?
Kiribati, Christmas Island.
No, Kiribati is not Christmas.
Oh, well, aren't they like neighbors or something?
I think Christmas is more towards north of Australia. Kiribati is like out in the Pacific, the chain of.
Oh, I always thought they were basically in the same place.
Actually, both ways. There's actually two Christmas islands.
Yeah, there is two, isn't there? That's right.
Okay.
The Australian one, and then right.
Okay.
Forgot about that.
Okay. Yeah, the water keeps rising there, and pretty soon they're going to be under.
That's like that Armstrong that you were talking about. Now, first thing comes to us is Armstrong, BC, but.
Yeah, I have no idea where Armstrong, Ontario is. I got to look that up. One of those beacons that was decommissioned, but maybe the guy that was supposed to turn it off couldn't find Armstrong, Ontario either, because it's still on. Yeah, I've never heard of that.
He's
town.
One of the guys that used Expedia, and he booked his flight, and then he's like, "Wow."
Yeah,
mountains.
he's in. Yeah. Yeah, what is that? Sydney, eh? It's in the commercial. It's Sydney. He ends up in Sydney, Nova Scotia instead of Sydney, Australia.
Well, yeah, that happened. A couple, honeymoon couple in from England, where they booked online, and they ended up in Sydney, Nova Scotia, and so it hit the news, and they really gave them a good time because I mean,
there's this guy that I do some podcasts with of technology, and he's in vacation in Mexico, and he was relying on Google Maps to tell him stuff. And one of them is that his rental car was running out of gas. So he looked at, okay, where's the nearest gas station? And it popped up. There were tons of gas stations. He said, I went at least 2 hours, saw at least 20 gas stations, all shut down. But they're all reported there. And at the end, he actually ran out of gas because he couldn't find one that was open.
Yeah, that's a problem, when they don't get updated, I guess.
That's right. What happened here in Edmonton? Now, Alberta is kind of unique because the major cities, Calgary and Edmonton, the main crossroad is 100th Avenue and 100th Street. That's your downtown, right? And then everything spreads out from there. And Calgary has always had a northwest and a southwest quadrant. Edmonton, just in the last 10 years, past the First Street, it'd be First Avenue, I guess. And then they go the other way. Then they go second into this quadrant. Well, Google Earth or Google, what do you call it when you
Google Maps?
GPS. The GPS didn't update, so like anybody that lived in the southwest part of Edmonton, which is way south and way west, they couldn't get pizza deliveries or anything because the guys gave up. The GPS couldn't find the goddamn place until it was updated. But and all the smaller cities in Alberta, like Red Deer's and the 50th Street and 50th Avenue is your center, right? I don't know what it's like in Medicine Hat. Is that the same in Medicine Hat?
No, we got to be different here.
Okay. Yeah, you're closer to Saskatchewan than anything. Did you guys hear that one of the U.S. Alberta has got this syphilis outbreak, right? Worst since the 40s, right?
Oh, jeez.
Some American talk show host catch wind of this the other night, and he says, "Alberta, what the hell's going on with this syphilis outbreak?" And Saskatchewan, you better be careful because if you rub up too close to Alberta, your Regina is going to get infected. So once again, we make the American talk show because of what's going on in Alberta.
Jeez.
Yeah, I guess even Google doesn't know where Armstrong, Ontario is because when I type it in Google Maps here, it brings me to a place called Earlton, Ontario. It's
I found it on Google Maps.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they've got a Wikipedia page too.
Oh, really?
It is. It says it is a compact rural community, unincorporated place, and divisional point on the Canadian National Railway Transcontinental Railway main line in the unorganized portion of Thunder Bay District in northwestern Ontario.
Okay.
The White Sand First Nations Armstrong settlement is I don't even know what this word is, coterminous to the community. The Armstrong area is a popular tourist destination in summer for fishing and hunting.
Okay.
Accessible via Highway 527, which extends 235 kilometers north from Highway 1117 near Thunder Bay. It takes 3 hours to get to Armstrong by car from Thunder Bay.
Oh, jeez.
Population, as of 2016, 193. Down from 220 in 2011.
Better get active. There's so many little towns in Canada that were spots on the railway back in the day. And about Nigel's late brother Brian, wasn't he in charge of getting rid of all those rail lines that.
Yep, they did that for a while. Yep.
Yeah, there's probably places on the map that are still there, but there's nothing there anymore. Used to be when they had to re-water the steam engines and fuel and all that, and there was probably a mail drop there for all the pirate radio stations.
Even near here, you see that. You see a sign on the railway, the name of a place which doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It says here that there was a Canadian Forces station, Armstrong. 1.1 miles east of Armstrong, was closed in 1974. Later that year, the base was sold to private owners and turned into a popular gathering area for the town that included a restaurant and bar, hotel, multiple apartments, garages, and a curling rink. The area known as D&L was closed and abandoned in 1993 and remains that way today. The town has 2 restaurants, a Canada Post Office, a clinic, a mini mart gas station and motel, and the Armstrong General Store that's been running since 1961. So that is Armstrong, Ontario, and we picked up a beacon from there, which maybe was left over from the airport, well, they do have a small airport, so yeah, it's probably based there. But it was supposed to be decommissioned, yet it was still on the air. So yeah, it's really in the middle of nowhere. It did come up when I put it in on Google, though.
Yeah, well, I redid the search and actually clicked on what it was Google was actually telling me, and I'm actually there in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, and it is in the middle of nowhere. Wabakimi Provincial Park is the closest landmark to it. So yeah, 3 hours north of Thunder Bay.
There is one picture where there's the Via Rail station.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. It's very, very rural.
Yeah.
So if you go there, don't forget to go to the DNA Gas Bar and Variety.
Yep.
That's probably the biggest place in town.
Yeah. They have an aerial on Wikipedia. There's an aerial view of the town taken in 2017, which doesn't look like much, but yeah, it's a pretty strange little place. Oh, Brian is trying to get back in here from wherever he is, so let's see if we can get Brian Penny back. I guess he's trying to reconnect with us here. So I'm curious to find out exactly where he is and what he's up to. So
I don't know. I don't know if I would go to a place where Google itself tells you, "Oh, Thunder Bay unorganized Ontario." It's like, what is unorganized Ontario?
Yeah, I don't know what that term means. I know a lot of people would say that should cover most of Canada as being unorganized. it's kind of like, yeah, Canada's kind of like, okay.
I think it just means there's no municipal government. It's just run directly by the province.
That could be it.
Possible.
Yeah.
Well, the less government, the better.
Yeah. Well, I can say that I've been 235 miles away from Armstrong, because I've been in Thunder Bay once in my life. So no, actually twice. That's a lie. Yeah, I've been there twice.
You go to Quebec Falls?
No, the first time I was ever in Thunder Bay was an Anarch convention.
Oh God, you're really going back.
The first Anarch convention I ever went to, the Association of North American Radio Clubs, was in Thunder Bay, 1981. It was the first time I was ever on a plane.
Holy geez.
And was scared stiff and was approaching Thunder Bay, and all I saw looking out the window was water. Lake Superior, and I'm thinking, where are we landing? And the airport is like right near the shoreline, so you're coming in over water, and it's getting closer and closer and closer, and then all of a sudden a runway appears, and you go into beautiful downtown Thunder Bay.
Well, at one time, and I remember because I lived close to there, and we went there. I got relatives there, but it used to be called Port Arthur and Fort William.
Yep, the Twin Cities.
Yep. And then it became Thunder Bay, probably in the 70s. So 80, isn't that the convention where the organized committee buggered off with the money, and
That
it was the Canadian.
Canadian Shortwave Listeners International was the name of the club that organized it. And
which didn't help us in the future because our name was similar.
Right.
No, we weren't anything part of them.
Although, if you remember,
yeah.
we did pick up their membership.
Yeah.
We managed to get hold of their membership because CIDX was basically Western Canada, and this CSWLI was Eastern Canada. I was never a member of them, though. I joined CIDX. I never even really knew much about that group in Thunder Bay. And I went there for the convention. I heard it was going to be there, so I went. And it wasn't a very big event, but it seemed to be well organized and everything. And no sooner did the event end, and we hear that the treasurer of the club took off to somewhere with all the funds that were collected for the convention, and the whole club folded up. And we got hold of the membership list, which was Eastern Canada based, and we agreed to pick up the balance of their membership, and brought them into CIDX, and that sort of, and then we met in '82 at the Anarch convention in Montreal. Met Don, and that's how the whole Eastern Western thing evolved in CIDX.
Well, I have that letter here of that Brian Pimlett wrote to the fellow in Winnipeg there. And it's kind of like it was a mutiny.
Yeah.
We're taking you over.
Yeah,
and I'm
exactly.
president. Brian's president, Don's secretary. And you got no choice.
Yeah, because they certainly weren't going to get any membership fees returned to them.
No, it wasn't. It was actually to Jennings in Winnipeg.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll have to start researching some more of this stuff for next year, because we're going to be 62 next year's 2022, so we'll be 60 years old.
Yeah.
Holy geez, where'd that go?
I know,
because I've been involved since the 80s, since 1980.
Wow.
Hang on, we're 60? Is it 60 or 70? Hang on, 62. So 72, 82, 92, 2002,
70.
2012. It's going to be 70 years.
70 years old.
No, 60 years.
No, 60
years. You're right. Sorry, 60. Yeah.
How many fingers you got?
I know, I'm running out.
You better start getting on the toes there.
I'm going to have to take my socks off in a minute. Yeah.
I'll have to do some, if things work out right, we'll have to think about something special we could do.
Yes.
Well, we're working on it, but COVID is kind of got us in between a rock and a hard place right now.
That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, we would do it later in the year too.
Yeah.
The past ones we've always done later in the year. So we'll see. We'll see how things roll.
Well, I still hope so, and I know that Eric is he's all chomping at the bit, and so. But right now we're just getting through what happens. Like, I'm worried about. I've got to get back to Manitoba here.
Yeah.
And if we get shut out, man, what a shit show.
Yeah.
I got too many things to deal with.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I mean, they talked about it last night on the news, but they said, don't get too excited yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe be careful, because out in Alberta here, like in Manitoba, at least 80% of the people were wearing masks.
Right.
I don't see that. Well, I've only been out once here, and I don't see that.
Yeah.
In our area, I don't know what it's like in Medicine Hat. Of course, they're rednecks down there. They probably never wore a mask.
Didn't they all wear those cowboy scarves around their necks and just pull them up over their face?
I had to go to the bank yesterday, and I grabbed my mask because even though people weren't wearing them, I'm going like, how often do you get a chance to go into a bank with a mask on? This is fun.
Yeah. Yeah, until you get one of those security guards that's been trained 5 minutes with a gun in his hand.
Oh, God.
Yeah, in Manitoba, they've got liquor stores that are government run. They don't have private like we have here. But 14-year-olds are just walking in and taking bottles and walking out. And And the government employee said, you know, a couple of them tried to interfere and got the shit kicked out of them. So they said, enough, eh? So now when you go to the liquor store in Manitoba, there's a security gate and you got to give ID and they scan it and they put it in before they even let you in the door. Eh?
Wow.
It doesn't matter who you are, what you are. Eh? So it's, you talk about control. I mean, they go from one to the other.
Yeah, it's one extreme to the other.
Like this one guy, poor guy, he was in Brandon. There's a lot of immigrants there because of the meat packing plant. And this poor guy, he didn't have any ID at all. He was old enough, but he wasn't getting in. They're going like, sir, you, without a government piece ID, you're not getting into this door.
Wow.
Here in it's government run also, and I've been doing orders on the provincial site for alcohol and just have it delivered. But here is always the same guy on Purolator. So one day he said, "Okay, can I just leave it downstairs if I'm in a hurry?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." One day it's a new guy, and I'm not going very fast because it's like, well, he's going to leave it downstairs. But it's a new guy, and the new guy is waiting because the new guy is like, well, I wanted to make sure that you're at least 18 years old because it says here on the package that I have to verify that you are at least 18.
Yeah.
And then he says, do you give me permission to sign my name on, because we don't sign packages because of COVID. It's like, yeah, it's okay.
Wow.
No problem. But it's like the guy is really waiting to see my face to make sure I'm 18 years old. It's like, whoa, okay.
That's funny. We, my mom had to have her credit card canceled. And the girl at the bank told me, she said, there's points on this card that you've got to redeem for whatever, you can get gift cards and that. So I'm on the website and I'm looking at, I don't shop for anything. I don't know all this women's clothing, all this crap, but they did. This is, I think, Royal Bank Visa, but they did have a gift card for SAQ, and it goes, gee, I can't even get down to use it down in Quebec right now. So I could have come down and bought Darlene all the wine she wanted. Eh?
There you go, yeah.
The funniest story, a story about these cards that give you points. So, of course, the liquor store has this card here in Quebec to give you points to drink more. And one of the funniest thing that ever happens is I went to the liquor store, and there's this guy that is in front of me. He wants to pay with his points, but the card is at the name of his wife. And so he goes through and he asks, to redeem the points. And the girl at the counter says, well, the points have already been redeemed 3 days ago. And he starts yelling. It's like, well, the bastard, she took all the points and she bought alcohol. It's like...
Must have been a divorce going on.
So it's my turn. And I said, wow, this is crazy stuff. And she said, look, people go nuts with those points. We now ask that only the person with the name on the card redeem the points, because we're getting people coming in and really going crazy because a friend or the wife or the husband took all the points, and it's like
mistress. Yeah, boy, these point things are just unbelievable. I mean, everywhere you go. And, for our American friends watching here in Canada, Canadian Tire, they're big, good, hardware store kind of thing. And if you pay by cash, they give you, I think it's the equivalent of, 10% back in Canadian Tire money. It looks like real money, right? 5 cents, 10 cents, up to whatever. And boy, when you're standing at the queue there to get through the tiller, and a guy in front of you is buying a TV set with Canadian Tire money.
Oh, God.
They don't have the machines to count it out. They got to hand count these piles of these things. We're talking about 5, 10, 15 cents, 20 cents.
Yeah, so they go in with a stack like this.
Counting them out. It's just unreal.
They were going to do away with that Canadian Tire money, and then there was such an uproar or something. They decided to keep it.
They kept it because I have the card for the Canadian Tire money, but the card. But
okay.
I thought here in Quebec they had stopped taking the paper one.
No, they still have that.
Okay.
I used some a while back. I don't know if I still have any.
Yeah, no, I got it here from my brother's estate.
Oh, okay. There it is. Yeah, look.
And it's funny because they got instead of the Queen on the on the bill. It's a Scotsman. Eh?
That's right. His name. What's his name? I forget his name.
I don't know his name.
Is it on there? I forget his
Well,
name.
they got like obviously this stuff's printed at the where they print the money in Canada and
At
Ottawa.
the Mint?
It's
You gotta
not the
be
Mint. It's called I forget what it's called. You can't. I took a picture of it, but you can't go in. Eh? Like you can go to the Royal Canadian Mint in Winnipeg and Ottawa, but you can't go to Bank of Canada or whatever where they print
Oh,
this.
okay.
They won't let you. But it feels like dollars and Canadian dollars and
there it is. Yeah. 5 cents.
Scotsman on there, 5 cents. Yeah. I don't see too many. You don't see a lot of them 50 centers. But
no.
But my aunt, when I did her estate, she even had $1 ones, which was the only time I've ever seen them.
I think you only get 1% or something.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, it's very small.
Yeah, it's not much.
Very small.
Yeah.
So imagine going in with this is $3 worth. I don't know if you can see that. But if you're buying a TV set, then guys have done it. It's just stacks of the bloody thing.
Hey, every time I went to a Canadian Tire, there's that little box for donations. It's like, here's your 5 cents.
Yeah.
They probably take it out of that box and put it back into cash again.
Well, I can't imagine what it costs to print the damn things, eh? Because I mean, it's real rag.
Oh yeah, and I remember seeing a documentary somewhere about how it is almost done in the real official way, like the real money that we have.
It is. Like, it's got all the security stuff on it, and it's like, well, Canada now we use plastic money, but this is the old pulp rag mix.
Yeah.
So it's like I know down in the States they don't use that like they did up here. Like our dollars lasted longer than the U.S. stuff that been through so many hands. You get some of that stuff down there, man. Pretty worn out.
Different quality of paper, yeah.
Yeah.
Those I can't remember. Do those bills each one have a serial number?
It has a serial number. Yep, they got the big serial number on the back.
Okay.
And it's got both the signatures on the front of. Well, guess what I got to pull out? Chief Financial Officer and Executive Vice Presidents of Finance, and then the President and Chief Executive Officer. So 2 signatures, just like the Canadian money.
Man.
So it's very.
Wonder if anybody.
Obviously, if guys got to counterfeiting these, they could really rip Canadian Tire off.
I was just wondering about that. I was wondering if there's ever been an instance of somebody counterfeiting Canadian Tire money.
Well, you remember the international reply coupon Ponzi scheme that was going on back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Look that up on Wikipedia, and then you'll learn about all that and how that worked.
It's amazing.
People will try anything. And we even here in Canada, now that we use the loonie and the toonie, the metal money, back in probably 15 years ago, some guy was counterfeited the $1 the loonie. Like, wow. Can you imagine how much work that took to?
Yeah.
You more work than what it's worth when it comes to spending the damn things.
Sometimes they don't. I remember when the government here had the lottery, the video poker machines and bars.
Mm-hmm.
The first generation, the machine would just give you it's a very standard paper with like, okay, well, you just won $300. And I remember the first time I saw one, I was like, wow, this would be so easy to print one. And you go to a bar and it's like, hey, I just, you fake it. You put, $10 in the machine and then you just give that. And it's like, hey, I just won $300. And about 6 months later, they added a barcode that you had to scan at a machine. The bartender had to scan at a machine because there were too many people making fake coupons and cashing in.
Oh,
yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Ross, you'd get a kick out of the joke we had when the dollar and the $2 coins started coming out, particularly the dollar coin. It's a gold color, and a of course, Canada always makes jokes about our 10th province of Newfoundland. And they were saying that the Canadian loonie dollar was not going over well in Newfoundland because Newfies kept breaking their teeth trying to get the chocolate out from inside.
Hey, Sheldon, I was glad I finally got to find out exactly what a loonie is. I've heard the term for many years, but didn't know. But I do have another commitment I got to get to, and it's great seeing everyone. I do hope to see you again next month. So take care.
All right.
Take care, Ross.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right. See ya.
When we were in Montreal a couple of summers ago, we were going through the park there, and I found an American $1 coin.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
That Eric and John, they were going, oh yeah, that's, I never seen one before. I mean,
Never caught on down there. It's like the $2 bill that they printed for a while. They just, people wouldn't use them. They thought they were phony or something, and just couldn't be bothered with them.
As Canadians, we got to get used to the fact that all these sitcoms in the U.S. all joke at some point about our money.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I was just looking at, we got all the Americans are gone. We're talking to
we're all Canadians now.
Audience.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's disappeared. Eric's around somewhere. I mean, his video is off. He maybe went for a nap or something. I was telling the guys last night.
I'm still here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Can we talk about you then?
Yeah. I was telling the guys last night, we were watching on Netflix some of these Jerry Seinfeld shows that he did, where they comedians in cars getting coffee. And it's a little half-hour shows where he goes and picks up some comedian. They drive in a car, go to a little diner and have a cup of coffee. And they talk about the comedy business and all this sort of stuff. So we started watching a bunch of these. They're quite funny. Anyways, as some of you may remember, he was on the TV on a Canadian show called Bizarre with John Biner. And then he was Super Dave Osborne. He was this daredevil, sort of a takeoff on Evel Knievel. And he always did these tricks and whatever, and he'd always end up getting, falling off a cliff or getting killed, or something would happen nasty, horrible. Everything would go wrong. Anyways, the guy who played this guy was a comedian named Bob Einstein. He had worked on the Sonny and Cher show way back when, and on the Smothers Brothers show way back when. Anyways, they did 2 episodes with Jerry Seinfeld picking him up and sitting talking about old-time comedy and stuff. And just every once in a while, this guy, Bob Einstein, he'd break into a joke. He'd come out with a joke out of nowhere. And I swear we were like crying. 2 of the funniest jokes I think I've ever heard. And I told them to the Boston guys last night. The first one says there's this guy standing in the desert. And he sees this guy come crawling towards him in the desert, and he's parched and he's sweating and he's like in really bad shape. And he comes up to the guy standing on the side. The guy's got a briefcase with him, and he says, I've been searching for water. I can't find water anywhere. Can you tell me, do you have anything? Could you give me a drink of water? The guy says, well, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm a traveling salesman and I sell neckties. He opens up his case. He's got neckties inside. So the guy's going like, he says, this is not what I'm looking. I need water. Do you know anywhere where I can get water? The guy says, well, about 4 miles down the road, if you get down there, there's a big hotel and an inn. You go there and they're going to give you some water. Thank you very much. Guy goes crawling off. About 3 hours later, he sees the guy coming down the road again, crawling, and he's in worse shape ever. Gets up towards the guy, sees the salesman on the side of the road with the neckties again. The guy sees him and he says, well, did you go to the inn? What happened? You didn't find any water? He says, I got there and they told me I needed a necktie. It was just so priceless the way he told it. The other one he told was it's in a prison where a maximum security, and they're doing they have an electric chair. They're going to be electrocuting people on death row. So the first guy comes up, it's an Irishman. And they walk him down the hallway. They bring him to the room, to the electric chair. They sit him down, and or they go to sit him down. And the warden says, have any last words or whatever. And the guy, talks about his innocence and whatever and spiels it all off. And the guy says, well, okay, it's your turn. Sit down. So the guy sits down, they pull a switch. Nothing happens. Oh, fantastic. He says, well, you get off. It didn't work. You get off, off you go. So bring in the next one. So this Italian guy comes in. Same routine again. He says to the guy, have any last words to say? The guy says, I'm innocent and there shouldn't be killed. Something got to happen. Sorry. Sit in the chair. Sits in the chair. Warden pulls the switch. Nothing happens again. He gets off and the guy's all happy, goes off. Calls in the last guy. Guy comes in, it's Polish guy. Polish guy walks in. He looks at him. He says to him, do you have any last words to say? Polish guy looks at the chair, looks at him. He says, by the way, the plug's not in. Just this guy was so funny, the jokes that he was telling. But his father was an old stand-up comedian, and he said he'd had some of these jokes kicking around forever. But yeah, they were really good shows. I don't like Jerry Seinfeld very much, but these shows are very well done. It's just him sitting, talking to different comedians, and these two would. Because of Super Dave, I loved watching Super Dave Osborne when his show was on, and so I wanted.
Oh yeah, I remember Super Dave. It's really funny.
Yeah,
to
really
take
good
off
stuff.
on, because back then, it seemed like Evel Knievel was doing a lot of stunts. So,
yeah.
it
Well,
was
this
kind
guy,
of
yeah,
a
he was like the
parody.
super American. He had a red, white, and blue suit on with stars and stripes all over it, and he wore his crash helmet and whatever. And they'd always find some stupid thing that he was going to try to do, and it always failed. Something horrible happened to him on every single one of them. It was just hilarious stuff. But I had no idea he was that. He's that funny a guy. But man, it was great watching those two shows. But anyways, so I told those guys those two jokes last night. They just cracked me up. So funny. Oops, we got Brian trying to get in again here. Let's see if he can make it this time.
Open the door and let him in.
Yep.
Nice. You have to get going now too. So it's been good to see everybody.
Yeah. Okay, Nigel.
Take care, Nigel.
Yeah. Take care.
Take care, Nigel.
Okay, we're gonna try it again, Brian. Uh-oh.
You got to face in the forest.
Yeah. I don't know where he is, but he's having a lot of trouble. Oh, Richard put up a note about the Red Green show, the Possum Lodge.
Oh, I love Red Green.
Yeah,
that was a great
my twin brother. I have pictures.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I put there's a very strong resemblance, facial features and whatever of Steve Smith that did Red Green and me, and on my Facebook page a couple of years back, I put a picture of Red Green with the hat and the suspenders and the plaid shirt and whatever as my profile picture, and got down to Winterfest, and one of the staffers from the old Margie is her name. She's one of the old staff members from the Culpsville kitchen that we used to go to all the time. She usually pops over to the hotel when we're down there to see everybody. And so she came over to the hotel that year, and I had my picture put up on the Facebook page, and she doesn't know who Red Green is, of course. And she came up to me and she said, "Why were you dressed like that on that picture on your Facebook page?" It was a picture of Red Green that I put up there. She had no idea who Red Green was, and it looked so similar that she really thought it was me dressed up as this character. There's Red Green. You can see the resemblance, sort of.
Yeah, there's a resemblance.
Yeah, there's some pictures you see of him where there's a very strong resemblance. And that one I had put on my Facebook page, I don't know if I still have it, but it was the one I put up. And yeah, I was like doubled over laughing, and she couldn't figure out, what are you laughing at so hard? And I said, well, that's not really me. It's this
yeah, I saw him 2 or 3 times.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Last time was September 21st, 2019, before COVID.
Oh,
was
my
his
goodness.
last tour.
He was doing tours as Red Green?
Yeah, Steve Smith, Red Green, yeah.
Okay.
That was the last tour.
they-
That was the final round, so. He's done touring.
Yeah, I have some of their programs on video, but the the actor that played Harold,
Oh yeah.
One time, I think it was Royal Canadian Air Force did a skit because the same actor was on a series called Traders, which was like stock traders, hard hitting. No, he was a hard hitting stock trader. And so they had a skit where his character in Traders was Harold from Red Green. It was really funny.
Here's the picture that I put up. So yeah, using his famous duct tape, which was a standard joke on there. But yeah, there were some definite resemblances there. So she really thought that this picture that I had put up was me dressed up as this whatever it was. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, the little handy tips to do things were funny as well, making devices.
Yeah.
So that's based on kind of Ontario, like summer vacation place.
Yeah, summer camp things, or yeah, it's not just Ontario. I mean, that's hoser. That's the definition of the hoser, a real Canadian hoser, redneck type of thing. Yeah, but yeah, he was at a lodge, this possum lodge it was called, which could be fishing and hunting camps and stuff like that. And they would be the runner, the people that ran the place, and they'd have their staff and whatever. So yeah. Yeah, he had done other stuff before that red green thing, but it was the red green thing that took off. They started picking it up in the States on some stations too after a while.
What show was that?
The red green show.
Yeah.
PBS.
Yeah, PBS.
So do you remember the pledge or the oath or whatever that they did?
Oh geez, yeah.
I think it went, I'm a man, I can change if I have to, I
Something
suppose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I also like the I also remember they had the adventures of Bill, which was, I guess, Rick Green, the comedian Rick Green. You remember the Bill things? It's like a video, like a film of him doing some stupid stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember that, but
okay.
Yeah.
But the guy's name actually is Rick Green.
Right.
And he did a really interesting series for the Canadian History Channel. It was called History Bites. And it's basically like, what if television always existed at different points in history? Like they would do something like the Magna Carta, and they would usually have a spoof of the Steinfeld show. Like they did one about the Spanish conquest of North America, and so they have like a newscast, and then they did the conquistadors like a Star Trek episode. It really funny series. It was on like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, revisionist history sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, you're boy, Brian, you remembered that quite well. I just looked it up on Wikipedia here, and it said it ended with what they called the man's prayer. I'm a man, but I can change if I have to, I guess, was how they ended it. Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was one episode, it says, where women take it over and they change the prayer to, I am woman, hear me roar. I'm in charge, get over it. Yeah. Yeah, people that are going to watch this after on on YouTube are going to wonder what the hell are these guys talking about. This got nothing to do with radio.
Yeah, Canadian television.
Yeah, pretty strange stuff.
Yeah, it was interesting because I didn't realize till later, like, who's the actor? Gordon Pinsett was on Red Green occasionally.
Oh yeah, they drag him out. Yeah, one of our national treasures.
Yes, there's a good bit that that this hour has 22. This hour has 22 minutes. Where Gordon was the cod father, and one of the I think it's Mark Critch was upset because the premier of Newfoundland and Labrador was retiring. He said, Matt Critch did him. I forget the guy's name. Oh boy, character. But so they did this whole like Godfather scene. It's like the Codfather. And it was Gordon Pinsett, and he gave permission, and it's on YouTube, but really funny. It's also interesting to talk about how people speak. Is they have Mark Critch and a woman speaking Newfoundland with the Newfoundland accent. And it was interesting because I first heard it, I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I watched it a couple of times, and now I kind of get the gist of what they were saying. But it probably is the same as people from a locality, all the slang terms and stuff getting together.
Oh, yeah, we learned that a lot of those regional jokes carry over to other places. I remember when we were in Turkey back in '88, we were talking to some of the people that were with us in this group that were showing us around and whatever. And some of them understood English and whatever, and some of them were working as others were working as translators. They were in some bar or something one night with a gang of them, and we're starting talking about sense of humor, different, what people find funny in different cultures and different countries and whatever. And we started talking about these Newfie jokes, that are very common in Canada, jokes made about people from Newfoundland. And we started telling some of those jokes, and the translator was translating them for one of the Turkish guys, and you saw this big smile break out on his face, and he said something to the translator, and the translator came back to us in English, and he says, "We have those same jokes, but we substitute Newfie for the man from the Black Sea." So they have this whole regional thing of they make fun of people that live near the Black Sea in Turkey.
Right.
And they were the exact same jokes.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Talk about jokes and urban legends that go around the planet, like that people follow them and stuff like that.
It's really funny. We were wondering, what was he laughing at so hard? And then when the guy told us, he says, "That's the man from the Black Sea." It was just so funny.
Yeah, there was, in New England, there was like other ethnic groups. It's the same jokes, it's just different ethnic groups. Yeah. I like to eventually get up to Newfoundland and Labrador there, but the drive across to get to St. John's.
It's not that bad, for us Westerners anyway, because I drive to Brandon in 11 hours straight. I stop once for gas. But Newfoundland, Port aux Basques to St. John's, it's just a day drive. What you got to watch for is the moose, because they're bigger than everything else. But
I almost ran into a moose when I was going up to Rimouski in Quebec. Okay. I was up in Phillipsburg, New Hampshire, just south of the Quebec border, and a moose went on the road. road in front of him and gingerly, very slowly went around him. But yeah, boy, they're tall, and I can see why they can wipe out a car if you run it into them.
Oh,
Well,
totally.
you take the leg. What happens? You take the legs out, and then the meat falls on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of what talking about different jokes. Now we were in the Philippines with my cousin, and the cab driver was 200 pesos to go from our hotel to the mall, and then coming back, the guy wanted 1,000 pesos, and my cousin goes, "No, we're paying 200 pesos. What do you think I am, blonde?" And like, there was absolutely no reaction at all. Eh? It's like there's no blondes in the Philippines.
Right.
Just don't see them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how that regional stuff spreads to different areas and slight variations of it, but it does make the rounds.
A question for you guys about, so, there's different facilities of radio around Canada, including, the marine stuff and so on. Of you guys, what have you visited in radio facilities, not, excluding Sackville, which is the primary place where a lot of Canadian radio folks would like to see. And have you guys visited any of the, I don't know, like marine weather stations, like we were talking of Port au Basque, where there's one of the transmitting stations, stuff like that? Because I've seen the transmitting antennas at Alma for Radio Alma service when it happened back in the days. But we're just wondering.
Mickey, did you go to Signal Hill?
I did, with the Volkswagen, with the van, and tuned across the band at night there, and with all the hets and all that stuff from in northern Africa was unreal. It was just unreal on the van.
Well, years ago, when I had a friend who was a sailor, and he would cruise up the eastern coast of the U.S. He illegally visited Sable Island, but he was in St. John, New Brunswick, and I met up with him and sailed down towards Massachusetts. But we visited the Marine Traffic Control Center in St. John, the facility that oversees the ship traffic in the Bay of Fundy there years and years ago.
Yeah, we went Stittsville, Ontario. RCI had a monitoring station there. This is quite a few years ago. It was oh boy, talk about a place that you'd want to go as a radio geek. It was just this like a big house on a plot of land, fenced off, and it was just antennas as far as the eye could see, and we got to go and visit it. Was
that's near Cop, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's still there. They might have shut it down, I think, probably. It would have been Canada's equivalent of BBC monitoring service, but we weren't using it for the main thing they were actually using it for was monitoring the relays of foreign stations that Sackville was broadcasting at that time. So the place was full of receivers. We got to go there. Was it the Anarch convention?
Yeah, it was Anarch, because that's where Dawn and you went. I got
That's right.
Pictures from Dawn.
Yeah. 1982, we went up there on the day after Anarch, I guess it was, or probably the Monday or something. And we went up there, and they let us go inside, and I mean, it was just loaded with radio equipment. They had all these super duper fancy antenna systems outside, and it was basically engineering people, technical people that used the service there. But we thought, wow, if you could get into this place as a DX location every once in a while, like, let us use it for a weekend a year or something, would have been just amazing to be in a place like that. But these guys didn't quite understand what we were. Like, what's your interest in this? But man, that was quite a place. But it was very, I mean, they could have used it as a news gathering service and sold the information like BBC World Monitoring Service does, but that's not what it was there for. It was just there to monitor the reception conditions and that sort of thing. But they had every receiver you could think of, raycals and all of that stuff just piled up in there. Amazing.
Makes me wonder what is still happening at the alert station up north. What are they actually doing today there? Because it used to be a huge monitoring post, especially because they were close to Russia for monitoring communications.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're keeping this. So I'm wondering, what are they doing today? Is there still a monitoring station there? I'd be interested in seeing that.
Mickey, wasn't there something in Edmonton?
Yeah, there's this military kind of monitoring place in northeast Edmonton that you can see from the highway. It's a military thing. I've never been there. Don has with the amateur radio group many years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, on the way to Turpine Golf Course.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's one that, and I don't know, or Eric on the highway. Did you take the Trans Canada through New Brunswick and Nova Scotia there?
Yeah, partially.
Like along that stretch of highway that's a toll highway in Nova Scotia there's a big monitoring station, and I couldn't stop because I didn't want to stop on a toll highway, but it looks similar to the one here in Edmonton. And I remember asking Don about it, and he knew about the place. And I think maybe Sheldon did too. Do you remember? That was in 2017 when I was going across there.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Of course, I used the toll highway and discovered that the Easy Pass from the States doesn't work in Canada, even though it's called Easy Pass. The other station I visited was Greenville for VOA, which was interesting because there's three at the time, back I think in the 90s. There was 3 sites around Greenville. One's a monitoring site. They had some interesting RCA receivers. And 2 transmitter sites. I saw 1 transmitter site. It was kind of interesting because they had some old equipment, and they had a pretty nice radio shop, and they were talking about, some of their equipment was so old that they basically contacted the OEMs that made the components for the radio manufacturer or equipment manufacturer to make stuff for them directly, rather because the equipment's so old. Some nice satellite dish, and they had a backup battery bank that could not run the transmitters, but they could run the everything else for a day or two. Interesting place to visit.
Yeah, we the one year that I went to Dayton Hamvention, John Vodnik, who was one of the engineers at Bethany, Ohio, for the VOA site, he took a group of us there to visit that site. So that's one of the shortwave sites I've been to. But other than that, in Canada, not really anything else except some local AM transmitter sites or whatever. But no, there wasn't a lot. In Halifax, there was the big what is CFH?
CFH, yeah.
They must have a big antenna set up somewhere there, but I don't know exactly where it would be, because that's probably one of the stronger stations that was around.
Yeah.
They were doing fax out of there. They were doing RTTY. They've been doing all kinds of stuff.
Are they still doing stuff? I mean, the fax and the Navtex stuff is gone.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything left.
I'm wondering if there's something left from that CFH station. And actually, little trivia here: if you guys know the B-52s, there's a song called "Planet Claire." When it starts, it has Morse code in it, and it's actually the call letters of CFH, Halifax.
Oh, yes, I've heard that. Yeah.
And the only reason I knew is because when I started listening to shortwave, it was like, wait a minute, I've heard that before. And I went back to the song, and it's like, wow, that's the CFH station.
Yeah.
And there's kind of shortwave sounds in it, probably because it sounds from another planet anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, who else? Somebody else has...
There's quite a few songs with Morse code in it. Melissa Etheridge has one, and Great Big Sea has one, and I think Oasis has one.
Yeah,
come across several.
Isn't there a song that basically has the shipping forecast for the UK in it as well? The voice thing.
That rings a bell. That rings a bell.
I know there was a band, I don't know if they're still around, called Portishead. I'm wondering if they might have had something based on the station that was there. What was the Rush thing? They used the airport code in the title of one of their songs, YY something, or...
Oh yeah, Rush. Darn.
Is it the Toronto? Is it Pearson Airport code or something that they used in their title of the song? YYX or YYZ or something like that. Well, there's our theme song for the for International Radio Report that had the radioactivity Morse code at the beginning of it.
Rush is YYZ.
YYZ. Okay.
Just looking at my pictures from 2017, and I went to the Radio Museum in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia there. Jesus, if I can find that picture, I don't know where the hell they went to.
Jeez. Everybody's got files of those things all over the place.
Well, the thing is, I'm going through the whole trip, and it's like I took all these pictures, but that just disappeared. Crazy.
I did notice. I have noticed a couple of Canadian government vessels. There's a Canadian looks like a Canadian warship in the Bedford Basin here in the harbor, and then there's the maritime safety ship was docked in Halifax. Halifax has a nice kind of harbor walk along the harbor there that was great.
Yeah, I didn't get to Halifax when we were down there. Went through the Maritimes, but I didn't get down to Halifax.
Never went past on the east side. I never went past New Brunswick, and on the west side, never been past Ontario. So,
no, I'm only missing Newfoundland and Labrador in provinces. I've done the rest, but
this is something I would like to do: is visit more.
There's an international radio station I've been to.
Oh yes, there we are.
Oh.
Yeah. Before RCI got kicked out of all of their premises.
Yeah.
A little bit of it that was left at that point even.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sort of shifted them down into the basement of the building, out of the way where nobody could find them or see them.
Same thing they're doing with the website.
Yeah, buried. Yeah, exactly.
Let's put you as far away as possible from public eyes, and you'll never know it existed.
Yeah, we are going to, Wojtek's going to get hold of this guy Newell, David or Robert Newell, I think is his name, out in BC.
Yeah.
He's got these RCI recordings, reel-to-reel recordings, and they want to get rid of them. They want to find a new home for them. So I passed a note along to Wojtek. He was away on holiday somewhere in Ontario, but he's back, and he sent me a note last night. So he's going to try and get hold of the guy. And the guy said he'd ship them anywhere to anybody that wants to take care of them. So for free,
Yeah,
you pay the shipping.
I saw that, and I'm going like, I got enough stuff to digitize here. But the thing
Exactly.
is that he he said that he's already digitized them. So
Some of them, I think.
yeah, so he's looking for a home for the originals, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there's Wojtek. Yeah. Yeah, what we're gonna do, I told her, like he said to me, I said to him, look, I don't want these. I don't have anywhere to put them, but I know he's got the obvious attachment to RCI. And so when I told him, he said, yeah, we can't let these things disappear. So he's going to get in touch with the guy, probably have them shipped here.
Okay.
And I made a suggestion to him that there's a couple museums, the Redpath Museum, probably not the best place, but the McCord Museum in Montreal might be somewhere. And also this Berliner Museum that we went to.
Yeah.
The RCA, old RCA studio and that. They might be able to take them possibly and add them to their collection.
Yeah, they had so much stuff there. Like,
yeah.
wow.
Anyways, where it looks like he's going to get them sent here, and then once he gets them, we'll try to figure out. Because certainly CBC is not interested in anything of keeping them, but they need to go somewhere where they can be kept. So I think that those might be a couple of the alternatives.
It's important. We're losing so much of all the past of radio and TV because once the stations decide, hey, I don't want this anymore, we can't find a spot, we can't find anyone to take care of those, and there's so much richness and so much interesting stuff in there that needs to be available.
Yeah.
You're tuned to Canada, Radio Canada International.
Yeah. do.
Yeah.
Every time I hear that little tune, for a brief moment in my brain, I'm like 14 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we go back and listen to them. It makes us feel young again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or looking at our QSL collection is like, well, yeah, oh wow, that was so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at sometimes, all these notes that I have around here on scraps of paper that I've been trying to piece together, and all the loggings and stuff. They're in different types of books and different stacks of paper. And I look at that and say, I need to put all this together. But then I say, well, who do I need to put it all together for, other than me? So am I going to spend the time to do this? For what reason? I mean, what's going to happen to it all at some point?
I remember when there was that QSL preservation thing.
Yeah, CPRV, which still exists, but they're not taking any more stuff. That's Jerry Berg.
There's probably a lot of duplicates of the same card,
Yeah.
You start looking at QSLs from Radio RSA, it's like, oh, we're a bunch of guys that got the same one.
Yeah.
There was
we never found out if anything happened with Alan Ludell's stuff, did we?
No.
Man, oh man.
There was a guy in Austria. Jonathan Marks had done a couple of interviews with him, video interviews on his historic site that Jonathan's got. And the guy just passed away here last week, the week before, whatever, anyway. But he was really interested in preserving all the radio QSLs and stuff like that. But then the place that he had it in, it was really nicely set up if you watch the video. Lease ran up or whatever, and they had to move it. And now he's passed away, so I'm not sure that stuff will end up anywhere anymore.
I think it's the same for all of us. It's the same for all of us. It's like, just think about, I'm thinking here about my radios and stuff. It's like, if I'd pass away tomorrow, it's like, nothing much is going to happen with all of this.
No.
It's like the QSL cards will not interest anyone. Radios, I don't know. Maybe my nephew's going to keep a few and stuff like that, but it's history disappearing because nobody wants that.
Well, Gilles, if you would have seen Alan Ludell's QSL collection, I mean, it's incredible, and we only saw a portion of it, I think, but he passed away rather suddenly, and, nobody had any contact with anyone after that, as far as we know. And the amount of stuff he had, who knows, where it ended up. He wasn't only into the QSLs, but there were stamps, there were whatever else insects he was into, and butterflies. Man, it was insane, all the stuff he was involved in. And yeah,
one of my best friends, Jean-Pierre, I remember because we did a lot of QSLing together, and he's got a lot of QSLs I don't have. And I told him, I said, if one day you do not want that, please give me your QSLs.
Yeah,
I'll add them to the collection here, even though they're not mine. They don't have the same value. I still want these QSLs to be preserved.
Yeah. It dawns on my, well, he's one of my co-executors when I kick, if I, but anyway, he knows what to do with all the radio stuff. And there was my last trip to RCI to Sackville.
Yep.
That would be a story. It's like, you trespassed and the RCMP arrested you. It's like, I've got a shortwave story to tell.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd purposely want to be arrested.
Well, it's like when I was in Cuba, I went to Arnie Coral's house, and we were talking, and I says, I'd like to go to see the transmitters, and the site. And of course, very diplomatically, he says, oh, it's just wires and towers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're not going there.
Is the number ladies upstairs, or?
Yeah. Yes, she has her apartment at the same site.
I guess he hasn't been on the air for a while, eh?
No.
Bonnie?
You know what? The last time I heard something was a couple of months ago from Radio Havana, Cuba, because in the mailbag show they had to answer a question from a viewer, a listener that was saying, we don't hear Arnie Coro and DXers are limited anymore. All they said is, well, he's resting in his apartment, he's been sick, and so on. I have the impression he's not going to come back.
Yeah, I'm on his Facebook, and he just turned 80 here recently, and but Facebook is Facebook. I mean, you can be anything you want. But even when I was there, he was doing the show, and you could tell the audio wasn't as good. He was doing the show from home.
Yeah,
he wasn't going into the studio in any way. I went by to the studio, and that's why I first tried to track him down. I went to the station, and of course the guy at the front, he didn't understand a word I was saying, and then a guy that understood English come down, and it happened to be a weekend, and I asked for Arnie, and they're going, no, he's not here. And so then I phoned his place, and then we ended up going there for the afternoon. It was quite neat. But yeah, he who knows how long he's been sick.
Yeah.
He's getting up there.
Yeah, because he had disappeared a couple of weeks, a few years ago, because he had some sickness, and then he came back. But it's like Glenn Hauser. When you listen to Glenn Hauser's voice, sometimes you're like, yeah, we're getting old, and it's like it shows. And I don't know. So I heard something about, apparently they're trying to kind of do another type of DXers Unlimited style show. Somebody would be interested in maybe doing that, but I don't know.
They could hire Tracy Wood.
Yeah.
And he could go down there, and Tracy Wood's a guy that goes to Winterfest every year, and he does a great impersonation of Arnie Coro. So yeah, he could easily slip right in there and take over the show.
And he's trilingual too, isn't
he? Yeah.
He's bilingual anyway.
I like on shortwaves when there's these interactions with like Glenn Hauser ranting at Arnie Coro that and Arnie Coro coming back with this guy in the US should, and it's like what's the brother stare stuff going back and forth. It's like, well, that Mr. Hauser should know that, I'm spending millions of dollars. And it's like, yeah.
Did you see this rant that one guy went on about the Hauser uses
Yeah.
in front of a country, like the station's not in that country, but they say it's, you know,
God.
is that, and this guy went off about why he's using non in front of things, and oh man, it just got crazy. Glenn
Yeah,
coming.
once they let loose, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, um, you know, you use something about tiny here, and
Right.
Glenn used to really get on people when they said a tiny country. 'cause,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, he'd give the square miles and the population and compare it to some other place that actually is tiny, and the tiny trap.
You know, he loves his precision and stuff. But I
Yeah.
still remember a couple of years ago where he mentioned one of my videos on his show, and one of the first phrases that he used is, "Well, you can click to remove that annoying ad before his video," and it's like, yeah, okay. And you know, it's like every time I hear his announcement, and it's like on a non-commercial show, a non-commercial website of a non-commercial. It's like, yeah, I get it. I get it. But I'm different. I want to make money with my shortwave stuff. Okay, please.
Right. Non-religious,
Yeah.
At the same time that guy Newell sent us the stuff about the recordings from RCI, when I answered him, he sent me back another email that he's connected to this little DX group out there where McFarland is. Ian McFarland
Oh yeah, he's
is
one
now.
of them. He's one of those boys. He's a
Yeah.
Newell is he's a little different again.
Okay. Well, he sent me a note back, and he said that Ian is turning 80.
Yeah.
And he wants to put together some kind of little tribute thing to him or something.
Uh-huh.
So he sends me a note and says, perhaps you'd like to be involved in this.
Okay.
I have not answered yet, to say the short story. No. But yeah, they're planning on doing something. I don't know what exactly, but I sort of just ignored it and didn't respond.
Well, it's Newell and our friend from Winnipeg there. What the hell's his name now? Sheldon or Sean Axelrod and
yeah. Is Nick Hallpatch involved with them at all?
Well, he knows of them, that's for sure.
Brian, you're right there.
Yeah, Colin. I don't know why. Sometimes his emails show up as being Robert, and sometimes they show up as being Colin. Yeah. But yeah, he and Nick and Walter Samanoff, who I guess you guys know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are all frequently in contact with each other, and I usually don't reply to the emails, but yeah, Ian lives over there. You know?
Okay.
So went for the trees, I could probably see his place.
Okay.
But yeah, Nick is, to answer your question, Nick and Colin know each other.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of a falling out, a couple issues that went on with McFarland in the past when he was leaving RCI and stuff. So,
well, this is what, and it's certainly not Nick and Walt, but when it comes to Colin and Sean and that, they put themselves out into another. They're not. I don't know. Just
over the years of my shortwave stuff, I've had a few brushes against some well-known people in the shortwave community, and you start realizing after a certain time, okay, so there's that group and that group and this group, and there's my group.
Yeah.
And we kind of interact indirectly, but you know, let's just keep these groups the way they are, because it's like they won't fit in and they won't be part of your group or anything. It's like they're making little bubbles of people.
That's exactly right. And you know, Bob Brown was in that group, and he found us and said, you know, he was in that group. Now, you know, the guys that did proceedings, and Nick was involved in Nick Hallpatch, but Nick is no way part of that. Like there's a Reynoldsburg group that gets together. They're getting together again here in September, I guess now in Ohio, and I'm on their mail list, because I've met them at Winterfest, but it's not I'm not the elitist. I'd rather, we're all one. We're all part of the same hobby, but they have this elitist kind of attitude. Some of them are really smart people, obviously, but
I used when Bob Brown came around sort of over to the our side. I used to tell him he was a born again DXer. He had seen the light and got away from those groups. But yeah, they're out there. I mean, they're in every aspect of life. Got these little factions.
Absolutely. In all sorts of hobbies, the guys that think they, and some of them know a hell of a lot, but you don't need the condescending talk like a Nick Hallpatch. He'll help you in any way, right? But he's a very, very sharp, smart guy. Some of them, they just talk. You make a comment and it's like they're just right on you. Like, no, I don't need. We don't need that.
We don't need that in the hobby in a way. We're trying to preserve our hobby. We're trying to have people get in. That's what I do.
You probably take more heat now than anybody, being exposed as much as you are from these guys that think.
I have people. I have some of them that a few times send me emails, and that's not counting that you notice that everybody's. You think, because it's easy to think you're like just that guy doing something, and that all the big guns of whatever radio are not watching you until you say one thing and they're all over you. Or the other thing is, if you mention, I've noticed in the past year particularly, if I mention something about a group, a device, a person, I'll get an email, and in 24 hours that follow my live show with, well, yesterday you talked about this at 2 hours and 34 minutes, and I would like to correct what you said. And I was like, okay, so you were watching. So one of them was about Jay Allen radio reviews, Radio Jay Allen website. Without really saying anything, I just, just said in the live show, well, his review of the CNG and ATS 909X2 is on the front page of the CNG website. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing a review, for example, of a Texan radio, and Texan, I'm on the first page of the Texan. It's like, I feel like, so did you get paid? Or it's like, I personally would say to Texan, if they would use one of mine, say, I'm sorry, but my reviews are my own, and they're not to be put on your website.
You have to stay you have to be independent.
Next,
I'm gonna be right back. You can carry on. I'll be right back.
Next morning, I have an email. Oh, well, I didn't know it was on the website, and I did not agree to this, and blah blah blah. It's like, wow, everybody's watching. It's like, whatever website there's a shortwave something important. It's like they're all watching. They're all looking at what I'm saying and what I'm saying about other people, about whatever radio, about. It's just like, okay, it's like same SDR Play. Since they sent me the SPDX, it's like every time I mention something about SDR Play, if for some reason one of my statements isn't just correct, they'll come back and it's like, well, yesterday you talked about the RSPDX and this is and that, and this was wrong because actually you can actually do this, but you have to turn on diversity tuning, and it's like, okay, so but they're all watching, so they're waiting for you to say just one thing that they have to comment on to just come back to you.
Yeah.
Well, that's also interesting because I noticed there's a tendency when you do things right, you don't get feedback saying great show from a lot of people.
Rarely.
But make one mistake and you have hundreds of people commenting.
Absolutely.
On it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Gilles, It's like, okay, scattered people might know one thing particularly well, a fact that you get wrong, but you're the one who's there over and over and over again. And so somebody's got some little comment that they have to slip in because it's the best they can do. Whereas you've got the persistence, you've got that patience to answer the same question over and over again, even in the same show. That is far more admirable than some guy who happens to be an expert on some obscure topic. And anyway, sorry for the rant, but I really admire
absolutely,
what you're.
absolutely.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. No, it's that's
The,
you know what do they say about experts?
Well, you know what? It was interesting because Skip Array did an editorial in the Messenger talking about how shortwave is still alive and we got to keep it alive, and he mentioned me. And I found it really interesting that Glenn Hauser actually in like 2-3 weeks ago, actually, in the show in World of Radio, read the whole editorial. As if it's like, you know what, it's time to just sit down and understand one thing. We have a hobby that isn't the same as it was like 20, 30 years ago. We want to preserve it and we want to try to have new people in it. Well, the best way to do it is what? Can we just be fine with, answering newbie questions? We all been there. We've all been, I don't have no idea what I'm doing. And now it's our turn to be able to explain to people what it is and not make them feel like they're, asking a stupid question or no. You're new to the hobby, and we're here to do that. And my show is a lot of that. And it's like everything in life. I think when you start doing something and people notice, of course, you have all the people that love what you do, follow you, and you'll have the people that in some form. I've got some haters, probably because it's like some of them are jealous. It's like, well, why is this guy getting so popular doing something like that? It's like, well, because maybe I'm okay with everybody and I'm, happy to answer the question and I don't make you feel like you're dumb or something like too many people are actually doing. It's crazy. I mean, so many out there is like, come on.
It's like Brian says, you're consistent, you put work behind it and you actually go out and do it.
I don't know everything and it will happen. I'll say something is wrong and somebody will come back. It's like, yeah, it's okay. I'm not God of radio. I am just trying to do my best to explain radio, talk about radio, and if I'm wrong about something, tell me. I'll be happy to correct it.
Over the years, I've gotten letters and comments from and emails from Glenn Hauser where I've made a mistake, and that's fine. I mean, it's great. I made the mistake and I correct it. I don't rant off about Glenn Hauser like other clubs, and I mean, CIDX has really had a good relationship with Glenn over the years.
Totally.
Yeah, because he's not trying to make you look bad. He's saying that you made a mistake, or this is incorrect, and it's corrected, and we go ahead. He makes sure that he doesn't. He makes sure what he reports is accurate.
He likes the accuracy, and
exactly, and that's the only thing you can ask from any sort of journalist and reporter.
I mean, over years with his World of Radio group, I've interacted a lot. I've interacted more in the past than today, but sometimes he corrected me on stuff. I didn't get offended.
No.
I still remember when I said, well, this station in Northern Territories or whatever, and he corrected me and says, it's in Nunavut, Canada. Fine. It's in Nunavut, Canada. It's okay. It's like, but I didn't get offended by it. It's like, he likes that it, what you actually are reporting is accurate. And I guess some people get offended just because you correct them.
Absolutely. I mean, they get into these flaming wars there, especially back in the day when we had all those early, I forget what they were called back in the day, the shit. What was the first on the internet before Facebook and all that? We had
Like the BBS, the bulletin boards and stuff like
yeah,
that.
the bulletin boards and the stuff like that, and the flames. That I mean, it was just pages and pages of flames.
Yeah.
And it was just like Jesus, guys, and you know, correct one thing, and then 1,900 guys were at them, and it was a waste of a lot of freaking time and energy to even go through all this back in the day.
You know, it's like some guy in Finland that took the time to make a video to make sure that I look like an idiot. It's like, you know, you look at that and you're like, yeah, well, thank you, because a lot of people found my channel thanks to your ranting. Oh, man. But, you know, it's like every hobby. It's like everything. We have to help each other in maintaining it. Maintaining what's left. Because, I mean... you know, when you bring people in the hobby, you know, one of the things I obviously sometimes rant a little too much, but you know, of course, when somebody turns on his shortwave radio and he hears Jesus everywhere, I'm sorry, but yeah, I get your drift that it's annoying because all you hear is religious stations. There's too many of them. I'm sorry, but yeah. But you know, that's another story. It's whatever these stations, you know, they get money off of these guys, so especially like Brother Stare stuff, you know.
They're all good QSLers though.
Oh yeah. Remember the '80s when it was less expensive and you'd get a QSL in a New Testament.
Yeah.
You'd get both of them.
Yeah.
Two for the price of one.
I still think I got the green book from Libya, which from back in the day. But
amazing.
Yeah, we used to get all sorts of good stuff. China something or other. I forget what the hell that thing was called. It was all about industrialization in China.
Oh yeah, I got books from Iran that they sent, and all kinds of weird stuff that came.
I've got a book from the United Arab Emirates in the early 80s, and they got pictures of, you know, the Emirates and that. And if you look at today compared to in the 80s, I mean, it was a desert country. And now all the stuff that goes on there, and it's just night and day how they just jumped ahead and did things.
Yeah, I remember John talking about all the stuff from Albania, you know, books written by Enver there.
Yeah,
I think John could have moved there and become president, I think, of Albania. He knew more about Albania than most Albanians do. So.
Oh man, I remember receiving my first QSL from Albania, which was written in French on the cover, which said "Au lever l'esprit révolutionnaire," so it's like the revolutionary spirit or some. And there was a book with it and everything, and I was like, "Wow, this is how to be the perfect communist."
Yeah.
And it's funny because Albania,
communism for dummies.
But I remember that at one point there were two stations. I don't know why. Albania was one of them, where I had registered mail. I had to go at the post office and sign to pick up my QSL card. Yeah. And I was like, is this for real? Is this like, you know, I remember thinking, is this Canadian government like starting to say, let's have him sign this communist document of some sort that he's receiving at home, or I don't know. And
then we can throw him in jail. We have proof.
It's like there, he signed for it, so we know that guy's getting communist stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, them and somebody else I used to get registered mail.
I got from Syria, and I got registered mail from, that one was kind of weird, from Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil was the other one that we get a lot from Brazil. And, yeah.
Brazil, you're thinking, well, maybe they do it because they get too much stolen mail or something, and maybe they just want to make sure, or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's it was weird.
You'd think that would even draw more attention to the mail, though, if
Yeah.
they were
Yeah.
sending it out. That like, oh, there must be something valuable in here.
I would guess. I don't know.
But they started saying that some postal services started catching on that letters coming from the United States to a radio station in some little African country or something probably had money inside them.
Yeah.
And they never ended up getting to their destination. They,
Well, Passport to World Band Radio, when they were talking about each station, what you could get, in some of the African countries, they were actually saying mail theft. If a letter comes from either Canada or the United States, there's a good chance that it's going to be stolen and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of QSL cards or letters from different stations where they said they'd never received the money that I sent them.
It's possible.
Or they were looking for more.
Well, but no, they didn't. They didn't ask. They just said, we didn't get it. But they replied, so that's a good thing. That they replied.
Would you say sending to these stations with no money, and because I had that phase of just sending, and then I had the phase of, well, maybe I'm going to include a couple of US dollars. Did you see a different pattern? Did you see that there was more response when there was money in it?
Not really, no. Even when I started to use the Bill Plum's stamp service and that, it didn't increase or decrease. Okay. It's really hard to say because the funny thing, I've sent many reports over the years to Radio Lesotho, and everybody's got. They had two types when they changed the flag. Everybody's got multiple Radio Lesotho QSLs. I had to go through the BBC Lesotho site, and the guy that ran the site, he says, normally I don't answer these long, he was a big long letter, and told me about the engineer Radio Lesotho and all that, and so it gets there. Who knows where it ends up? And then other ones that other people have trouble with. I've got two QSLs from Bhutan Broadcasting Corporation, which is pretty hard to.
I would be sending, because the first year I got my first shortwave radio, my friend Jean-Pierre was also listening with me. We would often do the same report and send a letter in the same mailbox on the same day, and he would get a reply, I would not, or I would get a reply, he would not. And it's like, this is so weird. We send the same letters, same day, but we're not about getting a reply,
Yeah, what and this is another theory, I guess, more than anything, that and Radio Botswana quit QSLing for the same reason, that they were getting reports probably from the numero uno guys, all doing the same thing at the same time.
Yeah. And
the guy said, this is something's fishy here, so he quit doing it for a few years, and then he came back to QSLing. And perhaps that's they're getting two letters from Montreal, identical, right?
Yeah.
Two different guys, and they're going, wow,
this is weird. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, and this is where I remember back in the day in the 70s, some friends of mine got interested in the hobby, and we did that, but we explained we were listening together. Don and I, I've got a QSL from AM station in New Zealand, and the guy says, say hi to Don, because we're sitting next to each other doing, in the mountains or whatever, doing the same reports. So.
And we got to think that maybe a lot of those stations, I didn't think about that because I for a long time I was a QSL hog. I was just, I want a QSL, but also thinking that a lot of these stations, like Botswana, I just want to broadcast to my own country. It's not necessarily that interesting that I'm heard in Canada or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, and I think it's all to do with radio in general. The 60s and the 50s, AM stations all verified everything, right? It was something that they had these QSL stamps that they all made. I forget what they were called.
Yeah.
And
echo stamps. The echo stamps.
You know, so they were all over the place.
That started, I think, in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, and I only got one in my career, and that was from KFI in Los Angeles. And the 70s, I mean, can you imagine Radio Netherlands getting 10,000 letters a month?
Yeah.
And how many QSLs they had to make?
Yeah.
And they, if you wrote to Radio Netherlands in the 70s to His and Hers or What's New, they'd write you, or Happy Station, you get a postcard back saying, your letter's going to be read on such and such date, eh? I mean, massive amounts of postage and everything else. That they must have had a massive staff just to look after letters.
It's a big budget for that, that's for sure.
Yeah. And now that it's cheaper to print postcards than it's ever been, but the postage is astronomical. I mean, oh, man, can't even imagine.
There was I think it's last week on Glenn Hauser, they were talking about how Voice of Turkey didn't have a mailbag show for a couple of weeks in a row. And the first thing that came to mind is they didn't have a mailbag show because they didn't have any mail. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. It's a possibility, that's for sure. You know, there's one fellow that I hear, I listen to mailbag shows, and there's one fellow that I hear his name a lot, and that's Richard Lemke.
That's right.
Yes, I've heard that name on a couple of stations.
Yeah.
Sends a lot of mail.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna pull a plug here. I got a real barbecue to do tonight, so I'm gonna do that for sure.
Same here.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you that you should tell Darlene not to get out of the shower. You know when.
Yeah, right.
When you left, I could see her walk across there and go, oh, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, that's... usually I have the door closed. We're 5:14, and Jill is recording this, and I don't know how many people are going to actually sit down and watch this, but they'll probably be skipping through quite a bit. But anyways, I really hoped we would have got a lot more people, but this year we didn't for some reason, whatever the reason. But,
well, I think what I was thinking about that, and with COVID, the loosening of the restrictions, and everybody like boom, taking off someplace. I mean, we all. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I think we might try we might try something on another night though for a CIDX meeting and see just if we happen to pull in some different people because of it. But anyways, so we're getting close to deadline time again. It's not that far off, so we'll be looking for columns and stuff as usual. So if you don't want the dreaded email, you know.
Well, you know, I have. This is the first, and it's only the 21st right now, I guess.
Yeah, we're good. I mean, we got a little ways to go yet.
Because I haven't. This is the first month I haven't had anything yet. I was going to put my 13 colonies up if I don't get anything, but Ross has got a couple things, and I'm sure Nigel will have some things.
Yeah.
But I was away for a month and got actually two outside of the 13 colonies because I wrote for them.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 actual letters, like mail, non-existent anymore.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Well, guys, thanks for sticking in there and showing up.
Thank you, Sheldon, for hosting.
That burger was awesome.
Yeah, lots of interesting stuff, and we're going to send some. Going to send our. We have to send our beacon loggings to Peter, and Gilles going to reproduce our logs of the beacons in his column for the September issue.
I would like to know just one thing. So I've got barbecue ribs to be done. Where do I send a receipt for the payback?
Yeah, well, you know.
The old CIDX fund sure must be getting pretty fat up there now.
Oh yeah, we could have, if we were having a barbecue, we could go out and have somebody cater it, or we could have it catered.
Well, next year in Alberta, then we'll have Alberta beef.
Yeah, we'll have a big you can order a side of beef there, and we'll just put it on a spit. Yeah. You get
It'll be over a gas fired though, you know.
Oh well, we might have to import some charcoal. And, maybe you can find Katie Lang to come in and sing for us or something.
or Nickelback.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That was a good joke that I seen this morning. It's you know, they're talking about the COVID and it's from Australia, and it says, "Do you actually know anybody that's got COVID in Australia? Any of your friends?" And the answer was, "I don't know anybody that owns a Nickelback record, but apparently they sold a lot."
That's true.
Made a lot of sense. Eh? You know?
500 million.
Yeah.
I saw the same joke.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So thanks, Sheldon. And
no problem.
It's going to be interesting next summer because I'm planning to drive out with my electric vehicle to the barbecue. So that's going to be an interesting.
You get to Alberta, you're going to have to adapt the car to propane now.
Yeah, we probably don't have charging stations here yet.
That's right.
Oh, they do along actually Petro Canada has put in a whole bunch of charging stations along the Trans Canada.
Yeah, and Shell too. And it's coming. It's just it's the redneck Alberta old timers that want the $100 an hour jobs to pull oil out of the ground.
What the gas stations are not saying is that it's run on gas-powered generators.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that blew me away on my most recent trip here is why is the gas in Alberta at the gas station more than it is in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, and they pay more in provincial tax than we do. And the refinery is 10 kilometers from here is all the refineries.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on here.
Darlene wants an electric car just because she's tired of having to watch the gas go up and down all the time and figuring out which day should I go fill up my tank. So
that's why you use gas, buddy. Drive across town, use a half a tank of gas to drive across town to save 3 cents in a liter.
Yeah, exactly.
So Sheldon, have her look at the Volvo because Volvo is especially targeting their electric vehicle to women.
Ah, okay. Oh. We've never owned a foreign car. Every single car we've owned has been a GM product. Ever since day one. My very first car was a Nova, a Chevy Nova. I've only had Chevy.